appeal. If the appeal has opposition, the board will then hear from those parties. After the opposition presents its testimony, the appellant will have a period for rebuttal. According to the BZA rules, the appellant has 5 minutes for presentation if no opposition is present. In contested cases, the BZA rules allow for 10 minutes for each side to present testimony. Should the appellant wish to provide rebuttal testimony, the appellant should reserve some portion of the allotted 10 minutes. At the conclusion of each hearing, the board will deliberate and then vote on that case. The board is vested with the power to act on these cases under the provisions of the Metro Zoning Code, Section 1740-180. All section numbers that we refer to today come from the Metro Zoning Code, which applies to the entire jurisdiction of the metropolitan government. The zoning code was adopted by the Metro Council and became effective on January 1st, 1998. I will introduce the entire zoning code and make it a part of today's record. The Metro Code requires a record of these proceedings. Because BZA meetings are recorded for the Metro Nashville network, it's imperative that anyone addressing the board come forward, speak into the microphone at the front table, and identify yourselves by name and address before making your desired presentation. The Metro Code requires 4 members of our 7-member board to establish quorum. The code also requires at least 4 affirmative votes to grant an appeal. In the event that 5 or more members are present but the appeal fails to receive 4 affirmative votes, the case will remain on the board's agenda for the next 30 days. Applications that fail to receive 4 affirmative votes within 30 days of the public hearing will be deemed denied by operation of law. Pursuant to board rules, an aggrieved party may appeal board decisions to Chancery or Circuit Court within 60 days of the entry of a BZA order. Additionally, as per the BZA rules, an aggrieved party may file a motion for rehearing by the BZA within 60 days of the original hearing date. After that time elapses, the board's decision becomes final and no further action can be taken. If your appeal is granted, you are required to obtain the permit for which you applied. A permit must be obtained within 2 years for a board approval to remain valid. It should also be noted that if false or misleading testimony is presented to the board, any board approval could be revoked at a later time by means of a show cause hearing before the BZA. Mr. Chairman, I submit that all cases have been filed in proper order, all appellants have been notified by certified mail, and all legal notice requirements have been fulfilled. I do have some preliminary announcements regarding deferrals and withdrawals. First, case 2019-300 has been deferred indefinitely. Case 2019-376 has been deferred indefinitely. Case 2019-422 has been deferred to November 21st. And finally, case 2019-445 has been deferred to November 21st. At this point, we would typically proceed with our consent agenda. Unfortunately, we are short the 4th member to establish our quorum, so we will sit tight until she arrives. She is due to arrive shortly, so we wanted to get those preliminary announcements out of the way. As soon as she arrives, we'll proceed with the consent agenda. It's back on today's docket. It has been withdrawn. Moving on now, for members of the public, our board utilizes a consent agenda at each of its meetings. One board member reviews the record for each case prior to the hearing and identifies those cases which meet the criteria for the requested action by the appellant. If the reviewing board member determines that testimony in the case would not alter the material facts in any substantial way, then the case is recommended to the board for approval. We'll enter into the record those cases that have been so recommended, and if anyone is here in opposition to one of the cases identified for the consent agenda, please raise your hand, make sure I see you, and we can remove the case from the consent agenda and hear it in its regular order. Please note that on any sidewalk case that is placed on the consent agenda, the applicant has agreed to the recommendations by the planning department. Mr. Chairman, these are the cases that have been recommended for the consent agenda. First, case 2019-391 involving property at 1001 and 1003 South Street. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 391?
And just note that any sidewalk case, the only reason a sidewalk case is on the consent agenda is if they have agreed to the planning department's recommendations.
Next, case 2019-394 involving property at 928B Montrose Avenue. You're in opposition, or you're?
I don't know what the planning recommendations are, so
Why don't you get with the applicant and see if you can talk to him about that?
On the Montrose case, it was definitely to pay for the property frontage and pay the in lieu fee.
Contribute in lieu? So they'll contribute to the in lieu fund. So are you in opposition, or?
I'm not to 394.
Okay. So is there anyone here in opposition to case 394? Seeing none, next case 2019-395 involving property at 202B 10th Avenue South. Are you in opposition to that one?
Yeah, again, I don't know what the recommendation
Is that 395?
Yeah.
395, the recommendations are maintain existing sidewalk conditions in a state of good repair, Public Works, per Public Works final guidance. Any portion of the existing sidewalk along the property frontage that is not ADA compliant is to be removed and replaced in kind with ADA compliant sidewalks. The applicant shall coordinate with Planning and Public Works to construct an alternative sidewalk design along 10th Avenue South frontage. If it is determined that the applicant cannot construct an alternative sidewalk design because of impacts to mature trees or other topography, then the applicant shall contribute the in lieu contribute to the in lieu fund for that 10th Avenue project property.
Let me talk to the applicant.
Okay. We will temporarily take that one off the consent agenda. If he withdraws his opposition, we'll put it back on the consent agenda, but for the time being, we'll withdraw it. Next case, 2019-401, involving property at 1016C West Grove Avenue. Are you in opposition to that case?
Same situation, I don't totally know.
Mr. Chairman, that
401?
particular recommendation is missing from my packet. Do you have that one?
I had written down that the council member thought that they should pay and that the planning said that they should pay the in lieu fee. So that's just for my notes. I don't see, it's not in my packet either, but that.
I've got it right here. They will contribute in lieu of construction for the property frontage, and they will also maintain existing sidewalk conditions in a state of good repair per Public Works final guidance.
Probably fine. Is he here?
Is the applicant here for case 401?
Just
He's
take it
not
off and put it on hold.
Okay, we'll put that one on hold temporarily as well. Next case, 2019-426, involving property at 41 Wharf Avenue. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 426? Seeing none, next case, 2019-427, involving property at 43 Wharf Avenue. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 427? Seeing none, the next case is 2019-448, involving property at 5501A New York Avenue. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 448? Next, case 2019-473, involving property at 1006 Ozark Street. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 473? Next, case 2019-474, involving property at 1200 60th Avenue North, 101. So we'll temporarily pull that one as well. Thank you, Mr. Hargis. Next case, 2019-475, involving property at 101 Athens Way. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 475? Seeing none, to review the cases currently on the consent agenda are case 2019-391, 2019-394, 426, 427, 448, 473, and 475. Staff
Okay,
would
and
solicit
it
a
just-
vote at this time.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Second. We have a motion, have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That consent agenda passes. And I will note that the two buffer cases, landscape buffer cases, are on the consent agenda only because the urban forester didn't object and therefore recommended that that was okay. Just so that folks know how things get decided that way.
We probably haven't gotten to it yet. That was just the consent agenda. Members of the public, if your case was just approved on the consent agenda, you're welcome to stay, but you are free to go. Please give our staff until Monday to process all the necessary paperwork and documentation with your appeal, at which point you may come in to pursue those permits for which you applied. I don't believe there are any council members here. Have I missed any council members? Seeing no council members, absent any other announcements to Mr. Chairman, we're ready to proceed with the cases to be heard.
All right, first case.
First case for the board to consider is case 2019-312 involving property at 309 22nd Avenue North. This is a request for a variance from the sidewalk requirements to renovate the interior of an existing store without building sidewalks or paying into the sidewalk fund. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 312? Seeing none, we'll proceed with the case. The slide before you now is the zoning map showing the zoning of the property as MUGA. Aerial photography giving you a sense of the surrounding area. This is the site plan submitted by the applicant, and finally, the current conditions of the property. No opposition present, so the appellant will have 5 minutes. Please be sure to identify yourself by name and address.
Hello, my name is Barry Cleveland with DBS & Associates, 2200 Rosa Parks Boulevard, Nashville.
My name is Gene Hoover. I'm a Regional Healthcare Director for Walgreens based here in Nashville, Tennessee, 828 Royal Oaks Parkway.
Okay, at this location, Walgreens has an interior remodel for their store, and this is a store that I'll let Gene here go into more details. But this is a location that is shared with a dentist as well as Walgreens, and the existing sidewalks are in perfectly good condition. They meet all the requirements for Metro, and in doing a remodel or doing a refit of the sidewalks at this location is going to cause a significant disruption and increased slopes on the parking area, because as you dig into the sidewalk or into the slopes to increase the sidewalk width to the proposed 10-foot wide sidewalk with a 4-foot wide grass strip, you're eating into the cut of the slope there. So this in turn is going to cause significant steepness in the existing parking and grading. That's really is going to be a disruption and really unnecessary at this location. And I'm going to let Gene talk a little bit.
I've got a question first. You said you share this property with another business. About what percentage of the space is your client? Is Walgreens? And how much is the dentist office? Is it half and half?
I would say it's probably more Walgreens, two-thirds.
Two-thirds Walgreens, one-third the dentist?
Right.
And then how much linear frontage is there?
It's 100 feet.
100 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And tell me why you would be opposed to the planning recommendation to pay into the in lieu fund?
We're not. Yeah.
The planning recommendation is, let's see, this is, case, I'll make sure I'm reading the right, is that right?
Yes, 312.
Yeah, 312, 309 22nd Avenue North. The planning recommendations are contribute the in lieu fee on 22nd Avenue, maintain the existing sidewalk, any portion that's not ADA compliant, make that ADA compliant. And if it's redeveloped or sidewalks are triggered in the future, then you basically have to come either put in the new sidewalks or you come back to us.
Right.
I mean, that's their recommendation. So,
Yeah. The only question that I have in regards to those recommendations is number one, the paying into the lieu of construction fund, and then the third requirement, in the future, if it's redeveloped, then they would build the sidewalks, and that's
well,
kind of
or come back and ask, right.
paying twice for the
Well, no,
sidewalks.
I think it means that if you trigger it, well, let's see.
Mr. Chairman, if I can help dispel some of that, the short
Please.
version is you wreck the building, come back with something different, you're going to build the sidewalks up to
Right.
code at that point, not if you go move some drapes and hang a little more drywall in your pharmacy or whatever. A
Right.
substantial redevelopment will anew trigger the sidewalk requirement again. You'd still be eligible to pursue a waiver at that point, but we're not talking about restriping the parking lot or something.
Yeah, and I think it's mainly because variances go with the land, and this isn't meant to be this is a solution that's not meant to be permanent. If it's you decide you're going to put up a hotel there instead of
Right, sure,
redo
absolutely,
All Gains 10 years from now, and I'd made an assumption that you didn't because you shared the space. It maybe that you wanted to be responsible for only your part. So, but I guess tell me what the rest of it if. It sounds like you're agreeing to what planning's saying, and so.
Yeah, I'd say they're going to go forward with it, like the planning comments or recommendations are.
Okay.
What is the name of the tenant or the other owner that's in that location?
I don't know the answer.
Is it,
It's
that's
a
not
dentist.
Michelle Walters, is it?
It's a dentist.
A dentist, okay.
Right. I don't know the answer to that question.
Oh. Well, yes, a medical. It's on Benton. Well, yeah, we do have a letter of opposition. It says, please deny the request not to build and not to pay. Part of the confusion is that the signs that go up say the appeal is to not build and not pay. And in most of the case, there's very, very rarely a case that gets on the consent from planning recommendation, because planning very rarely says don't pay. They do from time to time, and we take, most of the time we take their advice, but most everybody pays, so it's a little misleading, but the letter of opposition is a generic one that says we need sidewalks, don't let people not build and not pay. It doesn't address a specific property. But I guess, are you all good with the planning recommendations?
Yes, we are. Yes.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Any other questions?
So before I vote, I might actually know what I'm voting for a change. You are agreeing to whatever planning has recommended, which is paying into the in lieu.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I think there was probably a little confusion, but most cases, if you may have gotten an email that said, hey, if you agree to these recommendations, you'll be on the consent agenda, because that's just our board rule, and so that's why we usually ask. And
Right,
when you
yeah.
agreed, we're like, okay, I think you should. Anyway.
I'm going to make a motion then that we would.
Well, y'all don't have anything else to add, right?
No.
Let's close the public hearing.
All right. I'm going to make a motion that we approve paying the in lieu.
The
Or
variance
planning commission, yes.
based on the planning commission's
recommendations.
All three recommendations.
Yes.
I second.
Have a motion, have a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, that motion passes. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case for the board to consider is case 401. Has the appellant, has he arrived on case 401? Mr. Chairman, up
Do
to
we
the
have-
board, how you want to proceed on this one.
Well, is 395 still kind of on hold?
395 was on the consent agenda.
Oh, I thought
No, that one, yeah, he withdrew his opposition, I thought. No, that one, you're right. I believe they're still out there speaking about this.
All right, so we'll keep 395 on hold. And 401, you said there is opposition. It's the same opposition.
There
right?
is opposition, but the appellant is not here.
All right, well, let's just let's put that one on hold until the appellant comes back for 395. 'cause I
Well, the
think-
appellant hasn't,
But I'm
was
sorry,
never here.
well, then, do we want to
So you may want to defer it a meeting.
I do. Just defer. I'm going to
Make a motion.
we defer one meeting.
have a motion, have a second to defer this case one meeting? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Okay, 401 is deferred until the next meeting.
Mr. Chairman, case 2019-474, this was on property at 1200 60th Avenue North 101. We temporarily took it off consent. The appellant has spoken with the opposition, who has withdrawn his opposition on the condition that a particular type of wall is built with which the applicant has agreed to. So
I'm sorry, which case?
this is case 474. It was originally on consent, and then
Okay.
So with that condition, I believe it can be put back on the consent agenda.
All right, then what type of wall? Oh, is it just a,
I think that we're not certain what that wall is, but the applicant has indicated that he'll work with the neighbor and come up with the wall they agree to, and then he'll provide that to codes.
yeah. Hey, Emily,
Eating some things.
You could consider a motion to accept it with the condition of the agreed upon law, and absent such agreement, anytime we see the code department that order dies after whatever, 2 weeks, something like this, put a timestamp, say, if we don't have that, it dies, it has to come back to be heard.
Is this a landscape?
Oh, there it is, sorry. I'll make the motion that if an agreed-upon condition is reached between the applicant and the opposition, and that order is timely submitted to codes within 2 weeks of today, that we will put it on the consent agenda and consider it approved. However, if they don't, then that order essentially is null and void, and they'll have to come back before us.
And I'll second that.
All right, have a motion, have a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Perfect, thank you.
That was a good motion.
Yeah.
So I've just been advised that they have already provided that, and so once I have an opportunity to process that outside of this meeting, we'll move forward.
Okay, great. And then, so are we 395 still talking? Or
Still
they-
talking. So we'll move on to case 415. This is involving, let me get to this.
All right, is the applicant for 415 here?
Yes.
Okay, yeah,
Sid.
you can come on up.
This is involving property at 627 19th Avenue North. This is a request for a special exception to reduce the rear setback, as well as a variance from the parking location and the front facade requirements to construct a medical office building. Before you is a zoning showing the zoning of the map is CSA. Aerial photography giving you a sense of the property and the surrounding area. This is the site plan submitted by the applicant, and finally, the current conditions of the property, as well as up and down the street. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 415? Seeing none, the appellant will have 5 minutes to make your desired presentation. Please be sure to identify yourself by name and address.
Yeah, your mic didn't turn on.
I'm Jay Fulmer, 2002 Richard Jones Road, Hunter Creekmore, 3201 33rd Avenue. I've got a couple things to hand out. We were behind the last Thursday's deadline in giving letters of support. I've got 4 letters of support from neighbors, as well as an aerial photo that shows the building laid out, just for better reference.
And you guys you're asking for a special exception for the setback, and that's the one that the planning department had recommended approval, and then you're also asking for a variance for parking location and facade requirements. So if you could help us understand just exactly what it is you're asking for, that would be great.
So in the alternative district, there are requirements for you to have 60% of the building facade along the road frontage be along the build-to zone. This site has about 23 feet of topography across it from front to back. which makes it extremely challenging to fit the parking on the side or the rear and to have the building expand across that percentage. With this being a medical office, we need to have people, be able to be dropped off at grade. The front parking lot enters off of 19th Avenue on the east side, where you can pull up with an ambulance, drop off at the front door, also have visitor parking. The balance of the building on Warner Street comes close to the 60%, but albeit there is the triangular grassed area that will be a lawn for people that are there that is outside the build-to zone, so we fall short of the 60%. With this being, it's a skilled nursing center, and so it's very critical that it's single story, and that also the nursing station in the center can go down each of the corridors, and that they can view down them. And so as you go down the rear, the topo just drops significantly. And we can't get the parking lot to wrap around to what would be to be an at-grade situation for people to enter without entering at a lower level, which is what is essentially making that parking lot in the southeast corner be required, which triggers the variances for the building expanse. If we could occupy that parking lot with building, then we would meet the requirements. The special exception is for the wing. It's really hard to rotate that wing for this use without losing the capability of the nurse looking up and down the corridor. So we've worked with planning. Under the previous IR zoning, there would be 0 setback along the railroad, but when it was rezoned to CSA, it triggers a 20-foot. They understand that. They understand all the uses adjacent to it, and agreed that it was a good use to allow that encroachment. So between the topography and the active railroad, those are the hardships that we're requesting the variances from.
And the actual encroachment into that 20 feet is just that 1 or 2 rooms on that last?
It's the corner of the building.
It's that last little
Correct.
corner, so it's not the entire building.
Correct.
Encroaching in that 20-foot setback.
Correct.
Are there any questions? Is there anything else that you'd like to add?
If anybody has any questions about the operation of it, Hunter's on the operational side. And if you have any engineering or topography, construction questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Yeah, I guess the only other, the topography, I think, addresses the parking location, and then the nature of the facility addresses the facade question to some extent. But in terms of, to me, looking at the facade issue, it's really more of a neighborhood impact. If you're the odd one out, a lot of times the 0 build-to zone, you want to build on the sidewalk like downtown, and if you all of a sudden build back, it screws up the flow. But I don't see from the aerial that there's really an issue with your neighborhood. But could you address that specifically? Is there anything about the neighborhood that would warrant or not warrant that?
Right now, if you see the empty parcel on the west side of Warner, that's zoned as an alternative district as well. It's intended to be a multifamily development, and the landowner and the developer provided letters of support for this. I think that we're going to address the connectivity and bringing the building up to the street on Warner. I think that the 19th Avenue frontage is one that would, where the building up to the road would be, you're given the bigger variance on that side. On that side, the land is owned by Metro for one of the parks, for MLK Park. It's also owned by the substation. The building on the south side of the railroad is an industrial warehouse. It's zoned industrial today. That is less of a pedestrian-friendly corridor up and down 19th. We are going to be building sidewalks. And we also have the third hardship I didn't mention is there are really large power lines, and you can see those on the picture that I included in the rear, in the back of the packet. There's some large metal poles with guy wires. We've got easements that go into our northernmost parking field that we have to maintain and have trouble adjusting topography to accommodate those. And so even if we wanted to have a building up 40% of that facade, it would pose issues with getting fire protection, aerial access, and also have clearances off of those. Permanent clearances would probably be easy, but the constructability clearances would be tough.
Any other questions? Anything else to add?
We held a neighborhood meeting a couple weeks ago. I sat in the parking lot for 20 minutes. Nobody showed up, so I left.
Okay. Great. All right, anything else? Well, if not, we'll close the public hearing. Thoughts? And the special exception part, in my opinion, they definitely met the conditions for the special exception, and the planning department has recommended approval on that. I don't have an issue with that. And, you know, I don't really have an issue with the other two based on topography. And, you know, to me, kind of the facade requirement is really, to me, almost like, you know, you keep it in line with your neighbors, and in this case, it's an undeveloped area, and the neighbors, it's not going to disrupt the rhythm, and based on the park and the other things that are going on in the neighborhood, to me, I don't see a harm in it, but I also see a hardship in terms of the topography and the requirements of the skilled nursing facility, but I don't know what you all think.
I'm having a difficult time seeing, I mean, yeah, it's not a good piece of property for what they're wanting to do to maximize the use. Are they creating that themselves, and are we creating that slippery slope? Your next door person always trumpets in real quick, and yes, I like skilled nursing facilities like this. It clearly will improve it. But I'm having a hard time saying that they're not creating it, and that's convince me.
Well, I mean, yeah, that was their job in the last 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
But we close that.
Well, I guess let's look at the two things separately. There's a special exception and there's a variance. Do you have an issue with the special exception for the reduction in setback based on the recommendation of the planning committee? And
the recommendation of planning, I'm accepted. That's acceptable with me. I didn't.
The you know, recent rezoning and the fact that it's just that small corner of the building that's in violation of that setback. So does anybody have an issue with the special exception?
Yeah, I did not have a special exception.
And so then the variances, but do we want to?
Bifurcate it?
Well, I would say we could make, if that's the case, I'll make a motion that we approve the special exception for the rear setback requirements as presented in the plan.
A second.
So I have a motion and I have a second on that. Is there any discussion? And then all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, so the rear setback variance passes. And then the next question is the hardship for parking location and facade requirements. And maybe, Emily, could you, I don't know if it's fresh on your mind, but could you tell us just what, because we didn't talk about, I don't think we heard what the parking location requirements were.
Sure. So the parking is required to, let me find the note. Parking is permitted according to 1712-020D. This is the chart regarding multifamily mixed use and non-residential alternative zoning districts. There's a note to that chart that says parking is permitted only at the sides and rear of the building. So in this particular instance, you've got the double frontage, which creates two fronts
Yeah, what's
So I guess the question is, what's the side, what's the rear? But also, based on the design of the site plan, because of the need to keep the nursing station in the middle, they're having to put the parking in front. But again, you've got the two frontages there.
So the side and the rear being a corner lot, that's in part what causes that issue, because what is truly the side or the rear? And so I guess asking the board is, if you want to take each one of those, take both of these requests separately, is there an issue with the parking location requirements based on the topography argument that the applicant made, and the fact that it's a corner lot and thus side and rear are tough, or are there concerns on it?
I understand why it's designed the way it is. And I can't come up with something in my mind how you can get that warrants it. Maybe that in and of itself is in part a reason. Yeah. Someone else talk for a minute, and I want to listen.
May I explain it to
Does anybody object to having?
I don't know.
All right, then, yeah, we'll reopen the public hearing. Yeah, if you could help us, because you've heard where people are, so help us understand.
Absolutely. So right now, in the middle parking, which could be considered the side of this lot, we have to come up at a pretty steep elevation to get to the back door. And the parking that's further down the page, closer to the railroad, it sits about 6 to 8 feet lower. And so in order to get those up to a finished floor elevation where you could have a canopy drop off in the rear, or what would be the side, you would have to build a 15-foot retaining wall along the railroad. And the railroad is not that accommodating. And so really, to push that parking field to the rear of the building and the functionality and the layout of the building, you'd have to build up the whole site, and you can't physically get the cars up without a speed ramp or without losing all the parking, because you don't want to park off of a drive aisle that's more than 6% slope.
And does the location of the railroad contribute to your topography and hardship argument?
Yes, it is significantly lower. Today, there's a 2-story warehouse on the back. On the front, it's a 1-story, and we can't reconstruct that scenario with a skilled nursing facility. And so there's very little control that we have over changing that topography. And so we have to put the drop-off in the front. If it weren't for the front drop-off, then you could maybe box in that corner. It would eliminate all the windows, which would be unfortunate, but you could box it in and meet all the regulations.
Just saying the magic word, railroad, helped me a whole long ways. So,
Me too.
And then while the public hearing is still open, the last requirement is the front facade, meaning that I think you're supposed to have 60%, is that right? And because of the nature of the building, of what they're using it for, they have the little wings instead of a big square. And are there questions for the applicant about that issue? Okay.
more parking than I did.
Yeah, okay.
It kind of goes back to, we have to have the parking there for topography. If we didn't have the parking there, then we could satisfy that regulation.
Right.
In 19th Avenue, we're hoping to make it more pedestrian friendly, but it's really like a high-speed alley right now, more than a true frontage.
Okay. All right, great. We will close our public hearing again. Are there,
I'll make a motion that we approve the variances requested.
And I second.
There we go. I don't even have to put the hardship in there.
Did you have a reason for that?
Yeah, just because of the hardship demonstrated by the applicant due to the topography changes, due to the differences in elevation and then the site of the railroad.
Right. So we have a motion. We have a second.
I second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes. Good luck. All right, next case.
Mr. Chairman, case 2019-395. This was one of the sidewalk cases that was originally on consent and was pulled from consent. This is a property at 202B 10th Avenue South. The opposition has withdrawn his opposition, so this one would be ready to go back on consent.
Okay, so we'll move that this case go back on the consent agenda with the conditions that the applicant meet the planning department recommendations.
A second.
Have a motion, have a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes.
And then the last case that was pulled from consent was case 2019-401. I believe the opposition is no longer here, but also the applicant's no longer here, so I don't know if y'all want to put that
I
back
thought
on the
we deferred that one until next
Oh,
meeting.
you did defer it? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I missed that.
I think you were still talking to the applicant.
Got it. So that's deferred to the next meeting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then we're ready to move forward to case 2019-439. Is the applicant here on case 439? Jason Lincoln? Applicant is not here for this one.
All right, and that's, let's see, that is a sidewalk case that I guess they did not agree to the planning department recommendation?
They did not advise me one way or the other. They didn't give me a response.
Okay. Well, I'll move that we defer that to the next meeting. So,
A second.
got a motion, second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, that is deferred to the next meeting, since there was no opposition.
Next case,
The motion.
2019-461, involving property at 5101 Kentucky Avenue. This is a request for a special exception to obtain a permit for a kennel as well as a variance from the distance requirements for the location of a kennel next to a residence. Before you is a zoning map showing the zoning of the property as CS. Aerial photography showing you the property and surrounding neighborhood. Site plan submitted by the applicant is before you now. And finally, the photograph showing you the current conditions of the property. There is opposition present, I believe, for this case.
Is there opposition? Anyone opposed? Okay, we do.
So each side will have 10 minutes. Please start by identifying yourself by name and address.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dwayne Cuthbertson, 1806 Allison Place. I'm here representing the property owners and the hopeful tenants of 5101 Kentucky Avenue. We're before you asking for a special exception to permit a kennel use or a doggy daycare in a CS zoning district. And then we're also asking for a variance of the separation requirement between a building containing the use and an existing residence. Initially, we had 3 requests before you, but we have since withdrawn the 3rd request. So we are not asking for a variance related to any outdoor activity. And that portion, the outdoor activity has been removed from our site plan, which is before you on the screen. As required by the special exception, we did hold a community meeting on October 16th. We sent out over 170 notices. We had about 10 people show up. Many of them had concerns, for sure. Some of them actually supported what we were asking for. We had it on site so that they could actually see the building, see the context that we are attempting to locate within. And we are making the request so that we can occupy a portion of this commercial building on the site. So we deferred the request from its original hearing date for 1 meeting date so that there would be ample time for public feedback to you all. And so we're here today. And as a result of our communication with the community and in an attempt to collaborate with the community, we did withdraw that outdoor activity that we initially proposed. We heard a lot of concerns, and in our minds, almost all of it was related to outdoor activity. So that portion, again, was withdrawn as an attempt to collaborate and work with the community. So the proposed use, the doggy daycare, in our minds is a neighborhood service. And after observation of an existing doggy daycare, in my mind, it's no different than a conventional daycare. the way it's operated, where the dogs are contained, the fact that owners will come before work, drop their dogs off, come after work, pick their dogs up. They can have them there overnight, but all the activities are contained inside the building. And I actually visited the existing one that some of you board members and a lot of people bled over on 8th Avenue. It's up and running, but for the fact that there is a sign out front, and if you sit there long enough, you'll see somebody walk a dog in or out of that building, you wouldn't even know there are dogs in that building. I walked the perimeter. I went inside the lobby of this building. You can't hear a thing. You can see the dogs playing inside their playpen, if you will, on the inside, but you can't hear anything, you can't smell anything. You see somebody walking around with the dogs, and they are there with a scrub brush, and they are cleaning up right after a dog discards waste. So in our minds, it's a pretty benign use. This neighborhood is rapidly filling in, and we feel like this is a neighborhood service that is in high demand. A lot of people own pets, and particularly in this neighborhood, we feel like there's a need, and we'd like to provide that need in a central location for this neighborhood. 51st Street is the neighborhood spine. Unfortunately, most of those lots, if not all of them, are particularly shallow, and there is no way to operate a use like this on that commercial spine without some sort of relief from this board. So again, as I stated, the doggy daycare that we're proposing it's a fairly benign activity. Unfortunately, it's being categorized similar to stables and large-scale animal containment facilities. And so in our minds, we feel like when the rules were created for this use category, including stables and large animal containment facilities, we're suspicious that the authors weren't really thinking about a doggy daycare, especially something that was entirely contained within a building and you can't hear it or smell it from the outside. But be it as it may, we're being lumped into that category, and so we're before you asking for a special exception to allow the use.
So I remember the 8th Avenue one, and I don't know if our other members or staff, have they come back? I know we gave them a short term. Did they ever come back and?
The other Dogtopia?
Yeah.
I don't recall top of my head.
Or is that
If y'all
coming
did-
up soon, or?
I don't know without looking at it.
It may be coming up again. I remember us giving them a limited permit to maybe of a couple of years to basically prove the things that you were saying. The plan's there. It looks thorough. It looks like, you're investing a lot of money in it. I get that. But I think in that case, we did say, yeah, you can try it for a couple of years, and assuming that there's no complaints, or if there is complaints, if you can't cure those and fix those, then you may not get a renewal. But it was 150 feet from a house, and this is 30, but it seems like the issue you're talking about in terms of noise, it may be harder to keep that sound from traveling.
Well, I'd invite you to visit that facility, because I really believe we're comparing apples to oranges. It's with the protocols that are put in place by Dogtopia in particular. I suspect other operators would have the same protocols. They have insulation specs that address the walls, but also the ceilings and the floors to capture a lot of that noise. And I would submit that it's working. You step inside that lobby, you don't hear anything. It's kind of eerie that you don't hear anything. They've also got specs in there related to odor control and waste management, if you will. Those conditions are in your packet, and we're more than happy to make those conditions of approval, that those specs are installed if we're approved. So I understand the basis of the separation requirements. It's to protect adjacent residents from perceptive impacts, but in this particular case, with this kind of use, I don't think those impacts exist. And having been to a facility, I can't.
And so you wouldn't be opposed to a limited special exception of 2 years or so to have this revisited kind of one last time, just to make sure you are compliant with noise concerns?
I wouldn't. I'd have to, it's a significant investment, so I'd have to talk with the owners, the investors. It's certainly better than a disapproval, for
Yeah.
sure.
Well, and it just seems to me, I understand the noise issue, and I do agree that, you made the comment of comparing, well, I don't know if you want it said this way, but comparing dogs to children. And, but, I'm 3 blocks from a school playground frequently, and at a property I own, and I can hear those children play, and it's amazing how loud a yard full of children are. And so I understand any type of outside activity carries, and noise is a science, and there should be ways to mitigate it. But also, when we do have, and the 8th Avenue case, and in this case, we have 15, 16 letters of opposition, and there is a legitimate concern to me of, will you do what you say? And that's why I really want to make sure that if this is approved, that it's with the conditions that we think will mitigate that, and with the opportunity for the neighbors to come back and say, hey, they didn't do what they said, if you don't. And like I said, no reason to think that you won't, but I would want that protection for the neighbors if we decided that this was appropriate.
Absolutely makes sense. We have received some pushback from the neighbors, a fair number of neighbors. In my mind, I want to believe that it's based on misperception. Because I tell you, when I walked around that facility and walked in, I was convinced. This is, if not benign, it's kind of boring. There's just not a lot of activity, even with dogs in there. So I'd like to hope that a lot of that pushback is just this misperception that you're going to have dogs running all over the place, and Corella DeVille is going to be operating the facility. The way that we are proposing this, it's 180 degrees from that. There are careful protocols to address any of the issues that are out there. Again, noise, odor, waste management. All of our activities are oriented away from the residents, so unless you are literally right on top of it, you won't even really see the dogs come in and out of the facility. So kind of got off track, but I just hope that you guys will find that it's really an apples and oranges, and the doggy daycare that we're proposing is not the same as a stable or a large-scale animal facility that should be pushed to the corners of our city. It's what we're trying to do is be a part of the neighborhood, and 51st is a central location. And unfortunately, the way our code was set up with these broad categories, without relief from this board, there's no way that they can provide it. So I think I covered most of the bases, but I'll stop there and answer any questions.
Any questions?
The people that will be using this facility, are they going to be under contract, or are they just going to be walk-ins, or what?
I think it might be a mix of both. I think it's like a daycare. I think you can sign up for monthly services, but I do think that up to a certain capacity, if there is capacity, there will be day drop-ins.
Well, my primary reason for the question is, are you, and you're saying this is a benefit to the local community, and there've been, since I've been sitting here, which hasn't been granted very long, very many cases that have had this much opposition, written opposition to it, and you've got no way to demonstrate whether or not this is going to be something that benefits the folks that live in the immediate or adjacent areas. This could be, you could have people traipsing in from Belmead or some other part of the city, so that you've increased the traffic, which is an inconvenience to the people in that location. So you got, in my respect, you got a pretty high burden to overcome. This isn't a 51-49. This is a almost clear and convincing level for those of us that are lawyers on this. So.
Is there because again, we do have the example from the 8th Avenue, because it is a Dogtopia. It's the same, I guess they're franchised.
Yep.
Situations, and so and it seems like the people that want to build these facilities see a clear demand for it in the areas that they go, but they also have opposition. Do you know if an 8th Avenue, is that predominantly neighborhood? It's probably a more traffic street than this, but is it any idea of their clientele? You may not be associated with that project.
I think because of its location, they probably get a lot of clientele that come from 12 South and neighborhoods south of there as they're commuting in and out of downtown. And it's pretty convenient if you live in Forest Hills to bring your dog. If you work downtown, drive it up 8th, stop at the Dogtopia there, pop in. I'd submit that 51st is not exactly on a commuter corridor. You kind of have to go out of your way to get to this one. So it's not to suggest that there won't be any outside patrons, if you will, but I wouldn't. I think a Frothy Monkey and a tap room will bring a lot more traffic, which, assuming liquor license allow, they can operate in this building or on this site tomorrow without any real oversight from a board or the commission or council. I feel like a doggy daycare it's a neighborhood service, and I feel like the in and out traffic is really going to be mitigated to mostly the neighborhood, but I can't sit here and tell you that people from Charlotte Park aren't going to come over this way. But again, it's not on the way necessarily from Green Hills or even Bellevue in terms of convenience.
Any more questions at this point?
Just so I'm clear, there's no outdoor dog run. You've eliminated that. So these dogs come in, they're inside, and then they're picked up and they go outside.
That's correct. No outdoor activities.
And so no walking, I think the 8th Avenue one actually had the ability to allow dogs that were incapable or unwilling to relieve themselves inside. They had a plan to walk them to a certain spot. Again, you're not the last case, but it is a similar situation where you have the same franchise wanting to go in a neighborhood closer to homes than the code allows. And so I do have, not totally fresh on my mind, but in my mind what some of those things were. But your plan is to not have any dogs outside other than walk into the cars, and other than that, they'll be inside.
Correct. As far as I know, there are no planned outdoor activities.
Okay. Any other questions at this point? All right, then you have 4 minutes.
Well, let me do it.
So you said there were no plans to at this time, but you're leaving yourself an awful, if you're starting to pick up that I'm not in favor of what you're requesting today, you're very perceptive. But you equivocated a little bit, and I'm trying to get you not to equivocate, to kind of go black and white for me. Okay. And I do think it was a good step not to have the animals outside. And I love dogs. I love cats. I'm an animal type guy. But I am familiar with the Dogtopia over on 8th, and I see that every single day when I go in and out of town. Thank God I wasn't on here at that point in time. I'm just having a difficult time because you're doing a very skilled job at working. Are you sure you're not a lawyer? You're doing an excellent job.
I'm not.
But I'm there's so much opposition in the neighborhood. And I'm having a hard time with that, notwithstanding what some people think.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'd say that we do have a lot of neighborhood support. You do have letters of support in front of you. One of the neighborhood, he's a committee chairman, was here earlier, was here an hour and a half ago. He chose not to stay and speak on this because he sees both sides. He understands the concerns from the neighborhood, but he also doesn't oppose it personally, and so he didn't want to stay and communicate any position to you. He would also, had he been here, and this is hearsay, so it doesn't really matter, but he would have told you that plenty of folks have said they support what we're doing. The council member, when we initially approached her, was supportive. Of course, she's the council member, and she has to represent her constituents, and she sees both sides. Unfortunately, in our system as well, these public hearings, they bring out the naysayers. They bring out those who are opposed and who are, energized to speak their concerns. Unfortunately, I've been doing this long enough. It's hard to get those who don't have a problem with it or might be supportive of it to come out.
And Mr. Lawless, I typically agree with you because I am concerned by all the neighborhood support, but in reading through the letters, a lot of the concern is regarding the noise from the dog run and the waste, which it seems like they have put stuff in place to sort of address that. I would like to hear from the opposition before I make up my mind, but maybe on your rebuttal, it sounds like you guys have addressed the noise by getting rid of the outside dog run, but just some of the conditions regarding like waste and what you'll do for noise on the inside might be helpful in your rebuttal.
Well, it took us a couple of meetings to get it right with this 8th Avenue. And so it may or may not be the case here where, it may be clear to everybody one way or the other. And if it is, that's great. But if it's not clear, then we certainly have the ability to ask for additional information. And I think in their case, I think this applicant has provided a little bit more than the other Dogtopia applicant in terms of specific plans of how things are soundproofed and how noise is controlled. But those were things that we asked for. And anything that is ambiguous, we certainly have a right to clarify as a requirement. So, if we can rid the ambiguity on this side of the table if we feel like it's there. But if you don't have if there are any other questions, and if you don't have anything to add, you've got 4 minutes and 58 seconds for rebuttal, and we'll hear from the opposition. Where's the opposition?
Mr. Chairman, I think we have people here in support as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were there any other people here in support that would like to speak? Thank you. I apologize for not.
I would like to see a show of hands of anyone who has remained, who's supporting.
Yeah, are there folks here that came in support? If you'd like to speak in support, then please come up. If you would not like to speak and you just want to say I'm here supporting, raise your hand too. But yeah, if you're in support of this, please come up and tell us your name and who you are. And the clock is running. Yeah. And remember, just state your name and address and tell us why you're here. And press the button and make sure the red light turns on before you speak. No, at the bottom, right there. Yeah.
Oh, fancy. Patricia Bayman, 1508 Kimberly Court in Franklin. And I'm a hopeful tenant, Dogtopia franchisee. We are excited to bring Dogtopia to the nations. We do think that this is a service that community will really benefit from. And it's a very dog-friendly community. There seems to be a lot of interest from a lot of the neighbors that we've talked to. As was stated before, they don't all come out and show their support, especially on a rainy day. But the purpose of Dogtopia is really to improve the relationship between pets and their parents. Give them a place to drop their dogs off on a day like today when their dogs need some exercise, or so that they don't have separation anxiety when mom or dad goes to work. And it's becoming an increased demand, this services, and we feel that we're going to provide something that this community will be excited about and will hopefully benefit the entire area.
Do you own other Dogtopias, or is this your first Dogtopia?
This will be the first one. It won't be the last. You'll probably see us again.
All right. And so you've heard the neighbors concerned, and how do you specifically guarantee that there will not be noise or odor issues with your Dogtopia?
Well, as was mentioned before, it is a significant financial investment to build out a Dogtopia, and part of the reason why is because of the sound and odor attenuation that is provided in the buildings. And I think we've provided some detail on how that's done, with the 2 layers of walls and the air gap and its ceiling, its floor, and so forth. And there's been a lot of effort because it is a national franchise and these meetings are happening all over. Dogtopias are primarily going into shopping center retail areas. So you have upstairs neighbors and, other tenants on either side of you, and they're within residential communities as well. And so everyone has the same concerns, and Dogtopia has really invested a lot in these very particular protocols and making sure we as franchisees follow them, not just after the initial build, but maintaining those standards throughout the time that we own the business.
And then do you have, if we were to put a condition that this were only applicable for a certain number of years until you had to come, you'd have to come back, do you have any opposition to that, to say, hey, we may give you 2 years, like we did the other Dogtopia, prove you're not making noise. Once you prove you're not making noise, then you get a, permanent special exception. Do you have
No issue with that.
so if you're confident enough that it's not going to be a problem?
Absolutely.
Okay. Sorry.
Ramin Bayman, also from 1508 Kimberly Court, Franklin. The construction of these facilities are pretty impressive, and the sound studies and everything going into planning and building them should happen right off the bat, part of something that we can provide for you, and you could actually see what it is that we're looking at to make sure sound doesn't escape the ceiling, the roof, the walls, the windows. When talking with the neighbors, they were rightly concerned with us having planned this outdoor playpen area. And the dogs aren't free to run around. There's a trainer with them all the time, and usually 2 trainers. But logically, like anybody else, we came to the realization that we can't say that noise is not going to escape an open air place. So as much as it was a big part of our business plan to have an outdoor play space, we've eliminated it because we can't guarantee, like we can with a building, through sound studies and the construction, that the sound is not going to escape.
Hi, I'm Trent Yates. I'm here as the broker representative for the owners of the building. And the owners asked me to just share that they've spent a lot of time reviewing this use, and the operators of the business and the franchise as a whole, and the details around their protocols and noise mitigation and all of the protocols that they have in place. And they wanted to make sure that was noted, and that they spent significant time looking into that and have gotten comfortable with the use because of the protocols that have been established, because of visiting the 8th Avenue location and seeing that visibly in operation, and also studying other Dogtopia locations throughout the country, just from a location standpoint, where they sit and what's around them and how they operate. And so that's how they've come to the point of being comfortable with the use and what has brought us here today, subject to your review.
Any other questions for?
I'm just going to reserve my question involving traffic flow and what have you to the applicant when he comes back up.
Any other questions for the? All right, we will, thank you, and we'll hear from the opposition.
If it please the board, my name's George Dean. I'm an attorney here in Nashville, 315 Dedrick Street, Toon Intric and White law firm. I was retained by the neighbor immediately to the west, I think it is, immediately adjoining. His residential structure is the one within 30 or 40 feet of the property, and he's extremely against having the kennel at this location. Before I get into the legal stuff, I thought I'd go ahead. I think we've got a number of petitions that have been signed by a number of the neighbors that folks would like to turn in, and maybe have the three folks here, including Mr. and Mrs. Wells, who are at the far end and who own that property down there, to talk about the problems. Here, I'll just hand them up.
Just say,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm Mike Wales, and our family owns the property adjacent, abutting this particular, the subject location. Since comments were made about other people supporting and et cetera, we got rather late notification that this was happening. So we did circulate a petition to the best of our ability. There are approximately 23 signatures here that we just handed you. A number of these people are either unable to get out of work to attend, have physical disabilities, some are older, but there are people in addition to ourselves who do not want to see this go through. Our specific property is located next door to the subject property, and the variance requested down to 32 feet. Should the board grant this variance, it's my opinion that the value of our property will be significantly decreased. I am a residential realtor and have been for 20 years in Nashville. It would be highly unlikely that as a buyer's representative, I would recommend to a home buyer to purchase a home that's located next door to a kennel. I think that it would have, not only on our property, but on, there's supposed to be a 200-foot separation here, and I think all the properties in that area would suffer a negative impact, much more directly so than the entire neighborhood.
Can I, in terms of, because you talked about the property value, tell me what, it's your property's next door, what's its use now? Is it a residence now?
Yes, it's a duplex. We have two.
It's a rental property?
Yes, we have two families living in it.
Okay, and then, because you'd said, a kennel, and I get the point, but I just want to understand, like right now, it seems like if it's zoned commercial, you could put in a barbecue joint with an outdoor smoker and a dumpster that has no control over what goes in it other than the regular Metro rules regarding a dumpster, no special protocol. Would that not decrease your property value more than an all-enclosed Dogtopia with a soundproof double-wall insulation system?
Personally, I don't believe so, no. I will, let me go to my notes so that I'm succinct here. My wife and I had the unfortunate experience of living next door to just two constantly barking dogs. We could no longer enjoy the outdoor areas in our backyard. Even when the dogs, after our complaints, were eventually placed in the garage on the other side of the lot, it was the same situation. Previously, frequent dinners on our patio were no longer possible, even inside our home. It was stressful. It was stressful having to deal with that neighbor. Okay, sorry. And the bottom line was we were being denied the peaceful enjoyment of our home, both inside and out. Our concern is if this is granted, that, and our concerns are realized, that we're going to have a very difficult time getting tenants, that the tenants that are there would be denied the peaceful enjoyment of their home. There was a reason that when the ordinance was changed, that it was given separation requirements. And to change those from 200 feet to 32 feet is reducing those requirements by 84%. Well, that's throwing them out the window. I really don't see that that is valid. One of the comments that was made was about the number of animals, or that hasn't been made. On our inquiry, there's supposed to be 40 to 100 dogs in here daily. Overnight. And overnight. When we went to the public meeting, I felt that we were somewhat misled, or attempted to be, because we asked about the hours of operation, which were 7 in the morning to 7 in the evening. We had to specifically bring up the point that the dogs would be boarded overnight. So they're there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And should the concerns that we have actually exist, it's going to make it an untenable situation for residents. Further, this ordinance was for specifically distances to residences. And this is the one that the appellant is attempting to wipe out.
Yeah, and the cases that we've heard, and again, we've approved some kennels and we've disapproved some kennels, and it's all having to try to balance all of these concerns and issues. But it seems like that the argument has always been the distance requirement was related to the outdoor component. And we've actually disproved kennels that were 200 feet, but it was because of the outdoor nature, and that it was in, I think one of them was in a valley and everything. It was, like a dog barking into a can, just amplified, and it was truly a nuisance, and we understood that. And part of what I'm trying to figure out is with the science of soundproofing and, an all-enclosed building, how that to me is how much does that negate the 200 feet? That's what I'm trying to figure out. So I appreciate your comments a lot, and I want to hear. I interrupted you midway through, but I just wanted to say that I think there's a difference in that 200 requirement versus indoor and out. I mean, the requirement's the same, but I do think that the indoor-outdoor is.
Well, let me jump in a little bit, because I happen to represent the property on 8th Avenue, as the board may remember. And remember also that, first of all the neighbors were still opposed, even with the, and this one is not just, the other one was 150 feet away, basically, after the variance was granted. This one comes down to, a little over 30. And I submit, Joni Elder in that case never said that it would block all the noise. All we ever represented the board was that we would keep it so that it wouldn't go past the 150. I don't know actually how that works, but 30 feet is very, very close, especially when the requirement of the ordinance is 200. So I just say that I understand where you're coming from, but 30 feet's not very far. Basically, we're talking 10 yards. So not a very significant gap there. Even with the best of soundproofing, that's going to be very difficult, it seems to me.
Well, and that.
Like a true lawyer that can argue.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that was it. Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because I was gonna say, all right, what's the difference between that and the other? So, but yes, sir, I appreciate it.
Really, I went back immediately to look at my notes about that case, because I recalled that it was a significantly larger distance between the residential and the kennel. And it was like 150 feet in that case, so you went down from 200 to 150. And both Ms. Elder and I felt that with the noise cancellation inside, that buffer would take care of it. But at 30 feet, there's a real question about whether any buffer can really take care of that.
And that case has not come back yet, has it?
No, that was probably August of 2018, and you were right, it was a 2-year permit, so she'd probably be coming back in August of next year.
And it would have been helpful to this case, probably for the applicant, at least, if it had it come back, so we would have some sense of how successful that was, but we don't, so.
So. Is about where Mr. Dean is right now.
I'm sorry?
That's about 10 yards. We're
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Just to visualize that as opposed to, say, the back wall there.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
No, that's true.
So according to the ordinances and the request for a variance, there have to be hardships shown, and there are no hardships shown relative to the lot. There's no difference in size, layout, topography, et cetera. The only reason given for this was for a convenience to the neighborhood and a service that was in demand. To that point, a doggy daycare and kennel boarding facility is already located less than 1/2 mile from this location. The existing...
Do you know anything, can you tell me about that doggy daycare, and is it away from...
Yes.
I don't know if I don't remember all the...
It is located on Alabama Avenue. It is in an industrial area. It has no residences around it. It can be walked to from this neighborhood. The existing kennel and boarding facility is in an appropriate commercial setting, and the owners have complied with all existing codes requirements for this usage. By Google search, there are no less than 10 daycare, kennel, and/or boarding facilities within 5 miles of this location. So it's not as if this is unavailable in the area already. So why there is a need to put it in that specific spot is rather beyond me. In a discussion that I had with the Dogtopia owner, his comment was, well, there were other sites around here, but they're just way too expensive. So, I don't quite comprehend why, I might like to build a house on a piece of land, but it might be too expensive. That doesn't mean I can go build one on a piece of land that I don't conform with just because the cost is less.
Did you have a question?
I'd just like to speak. My name's Lou Alsbrooks. I'm a resident. I actually did take time off from work today. I live at 5104 Kentucky Avenue with my wife, Lada. She's 8.5 months pregnant, so she's not going to have a baby at the Board of Zoning Appeals, so she sent me. So I saved you all from that. Welcome, Mr. Laws. But what I'll say is I live directly across the street from this. We've moved into the Nations about 4 years ago, and I've seen the neighborhood change. But I think some of the arguments that are being made today in favor of this really aren't supported. I mean, the fact that I think this will drive up traffic. I have a lot of traffic on my street now. You can get ingress and egress off 40 or Briley Parkway via Centennial. So I think that's one thing to take into account. It's already a high traffic area and by the way, the Nations, it's a high traffic area with not a lot of sidewalks. So I've got a lot of people moving in and out. The other concern I would address is that what we've brought up here today. If you grant, for some reason, a 2-year sort of test trial period, if I get hired away to move to another state or my wife gets another job, what happens to that? Because then I'm stuck with someone who's got a 2-year test period on a noise canceling, system that I don't know if it even works because the data's not back yet from the one on 8th Avenue. So I just really hate to see my neighborhood, my street that I've invested a lot of time and money, I'm a first-time homeowner, into a test period when there's other places this can be done and there is actually a kennel already. I could walk down 51st and get to the dog spot in about 10 minutes if I was really at a sprint, maybe 5. So, and I'm a dog owner. I've got nothing against dogs. I love them. But, I don't want 40 to 100, 20 yards away from my house. So that's my concern.
Hi.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Gail Wales, and we own the property at 5105 Kentucky. This is my husband. So I've just got just a couple of things to say. I was at the same meeting that Dwayne was at, and there were probably 8 homeowners there. There was Liz Craig that lives in the neighborhood. Of course, she was supporting it. So out of those 8 people, there was her and one other person that wasn't a resident. He managed an Airbnb right next door. And when I went over to talk to them about it, I didn't realize it was an Airbnb, and they were already drunk at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were probably 15 people. So I'm assuming noise isn't really an issue for them. So
They needed the soundproof
yeah,
house
they don't care.
and nowhere outdoor play, right?
Right. So, there were, out of those, there were people that aren't here today that were against it. There were some that are older that did not write emails because they're just older, but they're very upset about this. They've been longtime residents, and they live right on Kentucky on the other side, and they're really upset. Also, Liz Craig, who was really pushing this, that sent out this unbelievable letter that actually had the return address from Metropolitan Nashville Board of Zoning Appeals, and it was saying that this would be such a great idea for the neighborhood because there isn't a kennel in the neighborhood, and it was very misleading. And I said, so you're supposed to sign this and send this back to her in an envelope. They supplied a self-addressed stamped envelope. But of course, I'm assuming if people said no, which one of the neighbors put no way on this, and I said, well, you don't have to send it back. I'm assuming they just tossed those. But also the naysayers that Dwayne was talking about, that's sort of sad because we are naysayers because we have a reason to be. We have incredible people living in our duplex. There's nurses. This is another thing that was brought up in the meeting. There's nurses that work night shifts. And when you're bringing in 40 to 100 dogs, whether they're inside and it's soundproof or not, their dogs are going to start barking when they pull up. And what if 20 dogs pull up, their owners pull up at the same time? It's not necessary to have this there. It really isn't. And that the dog spot, I know so many neighbors around the area that take their dogs to the dog spot, and they love it. And I think, that's pretty much, that's all I have to say.
And I know you all have the property right next door, and you're across the street. Do you know how many other homes are within 200 feet of this?
It shows on the map, but I'm going to say roughly 20.
And the person next to us.
So you got the homes behind, because that was another issue with the one on 8th, is that the only residences, and again, I'm trying to remember, but I remember there was an apartment or a condo complex that had a few units that were within that 200 feet, but everybody else was not within the 200 feet, but it looks like there are more properties here than there were.
I went over there, and they're really far. There's an apartment complex in the back. It's really far, and then over to the side, it's pretty far. But I do have one last thing, because I met with the potential Dogtopia people, and they seem like very nice people. But I said to them, since they just moved into Franklin and from California and have this giant house, would you be okay if somebody opened a dog kennel next to you? And they would not answer. Or didn't say, yeah, sure, that'd be great. I'd be welcoming that. So if you can't, to me, if you're not okay with it yourself, then I think, I don't know how you could be okay with it for somebody else.
Let me conclude, if that's okay with the board. It'll take me 1 minute, less than 1 minute.
If you're not talking, could you cut your mics off?
Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. And really, the photograph or the aerial view there is helpful. You can see the applicant's property actually pretty square. It's not shallow, it's not narrow, compared to the other lots across, which are the residential properties, which are much narrower. So the kind of thing you have to show for a variance is there's some kind of unusual physical feature about that property, the applicant's property. It's both wider and less shallow than the other properties. You've got to show that it's not a self-imposed kind of hardship. This is, the building is there because somebody in the past built it there. It is self-imposed. You've got to show that it's not financially driven. It is financially driven. It's cheaper here than it is someplace else. There's just not a grounds for variance, and I'll cut off right there. I think that there's not really a grounds for variance, and the harm that's going to occur to the surrounding residential neighborhood, the board should deny the application.
Any questions?
The structure is already there, so in a sense, it's not self-imposed. It's already there. They're trying to work with
right.
what is there.
Interesting question, and I won't bore you with getting into the legal details. Usually the courts look at it as whatever property owner had it, you go back to the person who actually built the structure. In other words, the self-imposition of the hardship goes back in time to the time when it was first constructed. I know that sounds unusual, but in fact, that's the way they look at these kinds of things. Otherwise, someone could build it, flip it to another person, and then the new person comes in and says, hey, I've got a hardship. That's not the way the court looks at it. In fact, one of the big cases from this board, McClurkin versus the Metropolitan Board of Zoning Appeals, which is probably the preeminent case across the state, was just that kind of a case where a widow bought a four-family dwelling from somebody, went to the board, got a variance, and the board said, you know, you didn't create the hardship. Well, when it went to court, ultimately, the court said, no, the predecessor title created it, and just because the current owner didn't is not a grounds for granting the variance.
Yes, sir. May I just ask one quick question? This, I guess, is more addressed to the Wells. I was attempting to actually locate the signatures on your petition, and it looks like not less than 9 of these signatures are almost adjacent or in the same block. Is my math correct? I might have missed a few. I'm just trying to guesstimate the addresses, but is that correct? Okay, so most of the folks directly affected either across the street or around it are on
The
that.
majority of those are from the immediate area. I talked to roughly 20 other people just going through the neighborhood because this was such an immediate thing. Not one single person thought that this was a good idea. Okay, and we do have signatures from people that we were able to get from outside of that immediate area, but still within the boundary that notification must be sent regarding that. And people signed some of the letters that you received, I think, via emails, were people that were outside. I spoke to people outside that boundary, and they said, we don't think that this should happen to you and your property, and if this was going to happen to our property, we would want you to support us.
No, that's fine. Any other questions? All right, thank you for coming out today. Appreciate it. And we'll hear back from the applicant, who has however much time Debbie puts back on the clock.
Chance to look at the petition?
No, sir.
Can we give him
Sure.
a copy of that? I think it's only, I've marked on mine, but.
And I'd submit petitions are tricky things, right? So they, you know, on one hand, they suggested that we had a party going out soliciting signatures on a petition of support. On the other hand, you know, they went out and solicited signatures on a petition of opposition. And what our person said to get those signatures, I'm sure, put Dogtopia in a favorable light. What was said to get these signatures on the petition, I don't know, but if I speculated, it was suggested that what we're proposing is going to be pretty atrocious. And I think I want to believe that a lot of the opposition, and I'm super sensitive and appreciative of the Wells concerns and surrounding neighbors' concerns, but I want to believe that a lot of the concern is rooted in this misperception of what it is we're proposing. And again, having dropped any and all outdoor activities unequivocally, dropping all outdoor activities and everything being contained inside, we feel like what we're proposing is pretty benign, but still a service to the neighborhood.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So let's put how great it is aside and the opposition aside. You're asking for a variance and a special exception. So before we can get to the special exception, we need to know, what's the hardship for the variance? Why do you need this reduction from the 200 feet that the code tells us to the feet that you have?
And I think that extends over to this broad categorization of the uses, if you will, and lumping this particular use, the way we want to operate it, into this general category that, again, contains stables and suggests that it's outdoor animal facilities, but an indoor doggy daycare gets lumped into that. And the same protections that are put in place for stables apply to an indoor doggy daycare. And so the state legislation, suggests that you have to find something unique about the property, but it also creates this other unique circumstance that this board and others throughout the state have used from time to time. And I feel like we kind of fall into that category on one hand, and that we are proposing a doggy daycare. And I know you laugh when I say it's very similar to a daycare, a traditional daycare, but by my observation, but that these living beings have four feet. The way it operates, it's.
I agree with you. I think there is a lot of misperception, but what Ms. Davis is saying is you've got to prove a hardship, and it's got to have something to do with the physical characteristics of this particular piece of property.
Well, that's part of it, but I also think that legislation allows for you to consider other categorizations, other circumstances.
And on 8th Avenue, I think part of the argument was that, and it was prior to the current composition of this board, and this board may not agree with the logic of the board at the time, but it was argued that by the applicant that the applicant had searched for really almost a year and a half, 2 years, and there was in that area no other property available that was zoned in a way that would allow this. And the testimony of the opposition said that this applicant had other options and chose this one for whatever reason, financial reason, location, whatever reason. But were there other options that were available to this applicant?
I think in the market there are always other options. It comes down to price, availability, where you want to locate, and what we're proposing is a neighborhood-oriented service. And so we'd like to be central to some of our growing neighborhoods that we feel like that's where the demand is. And so, Ms. Davis, I'm trying to get back to your question of unique circumstances, and I feel like the use that we're proposing is broadly categorized, and we're subject to these same rules that, again, some of the more impactful uses, they're intended to protect those from those uses. I feel like as a neighborhood service, those trying to locate on a neighborhood lot in a neighborhood commercial node is particularly difficult because most of these neighborhood nodes, be it Sylvan Park, 12 South, 5 Points, as well as 51st, were created way before zoning was even thought of. And many of them do have shallow lots. I know counsel for the opposition suggests this is a fairly normal commercial lot, and for older neighborhoods it is. But for Davidson County, commercial lots, by today's standards, are typically pretty significantly sized. And CS zoning districts are typically commercial shopping centers where there aren't residences around. our use, what we're proposing a neighborhood-oriented use here. And to locate within a neighborhood is very difficult because of the shallowness of the lots, because the residences were traditionally built on top of these commercial corridors or nodes. I'd also submit that there are a lot of obnoxious uses there already on 51st. There are machine shops, there are car shops. There is a car shop right across the street from us. And what we're proposing is, we feel, going to be very benign. Again, I walked around the 8th Avenue one. But for that sign, you don't know that there are dogs there. You can't hear it, can't smell it. And when Dogtopia is finished altering this building, I'm pretty confident we'll find the same thing here, and that there will be no impacts. There are protocols, and you have them in your packets, that provide specs for noise attenuation and odor. I have them here. I'm more than happy to submit them for the record and make them a condition of an approval by this board. We feel like what we're proposing, how we're proposing it, would be far less impactful, and in fact would have zero impact compared to the car lots, car mechanic shops, machine shops up and down 51st. It's a use that we feel is going to move this corridor closer to being a neighborhood-oriented corridor. And Mr. Lawless, to your question about traffic, the zoning code tries to anticipate, it's an inexact science, but it tries to anticipate traffic and parking. For this particular use, it's 1 parking space per 400 square feet of floor area. For a restaurant, which can go there today, the requirement's 1 per 100 square feet. So at the risk of, well, the authors of the zoning code, again, they write these things on research and their best guess. The authors suggest that parking demand is less so than uses that can go there today.
I have a question I'd like to ask.
Yes.
We were told by some of the opposition about how many other dog daycares were in that area. Did you do any research on that? And when you say it's a neighborhood service, how does your service add where others who are already there don't add?
Well, I drove by the dog spot, and it's clean. They seem like they run a good business, and I stopped, and you can't hear it, can't really tell. It is in a heavily commercialized, industrialized area, so they didn't have to ask for any permission. They just waltzed right in, got their building permit. They are right off the interstate, so access to them is certainly fantastic. And can you walk from this neighborhood? Sure you can. You can walk down 51st. You can cross underneath the interstate. A lot of people will say that they'll do it. It's not a walk that I would particularly enjoy, but you can do it. We feel like, and our market research suggests, that there is a demand for this service in this neighborhood. We feel like it's something that will be utilized by a lot of the residents that are filling into this neighborhood rapidly, and we want to be in a location that is super convenient. There are sidewalks on 51st in front of the site. Unfortunately, there are not sidewalks on Kentucky. Maybe that'll change, we hope, in the future. But we feel like our impacts, if there are any that come from traffic, those coming in the morning, coming in the evening, will be mitigated because they're either already coming from the neighborhood, or if they are coming from outside the neighborhood, they're coming up 51st, and they don't have to come through the neighborhood to get to our site.
May I ask a question? I'm looking at, oh, I'm sorry, did I? Were you done? Okay. I'm looking at some of the information that was supplied in the packet, and this is, I guess, from Dogtopia's literature. You're looking for up to 5,000 square feet. You want a higher income level in the neighborhood of $90,000 plus. You want major retail somewhere around. So aren't you moving yourselves into and creating, by locating in this neighborhood with so much opposition, aren't you coming to the hardship? Aren't you creating it? And that's not meant to be argumentative with you. I'm just, I'm trying to get over, and I'm having a real tough time, as I told you at the outset.
Sure. And I appreciate the opposition being here. I'd still submit we do have a lot of folks in the neighborhood who want to see us here. We've heard that from multiple folks. We understand that there's opposition. We want to be part of a neighborhood. The Nations is, like many Nashville urban neighborhoods, rapidly gentrifying, filling in, developing. There are a lot of destinations on the north side of 51st with the breweries and restaurants and such. So we feel like the demand for the services that we're proposing is growing. And in order for us to do it in a neighborhood context, unfortunately in the Nations, there really isn't a place for us to do it in a lot of these older neighborhoods, unless we go find an industrial area or we locate on the backside where, you know, we're mixing with mini storage facilities and, you know, other large-scale elements of commerce. And there's limited, there's just very few opportunities for us to find a site that doesn't provide some sort of challenge within the core of the neighborhood or within the core of the city because of the historic patterns, the lot patterns.
You also, I think some people have testified, but you haven't. I mean, you're going to have between 40 and 100 dogs, hopefully a day.
Max.
Max
100.
Max
Yeah,
100.
max.
Okay. We're going to assume, for our purposes, that it's 1.5 dogs per car. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, in the morning and in the afternoon, when people are going to work or coming home, you're going to have anywhere between 50 and potentially 100 cars.
Now, we're assuming that everybody's driving there.
Yeah, we're
Most of
assuming
them are.
everybody's, well, I know, but let's just for the purposes of traffic. So you haven't done a traffic study, obviously, because it wasn't required. Or if you had, you would have already put it up here. I mean, I'm making an assumption.
Correct.
And you wouldn't have expected me to hammer on you on the traffic part of it, for sure. But you're going to increase that in what in essence is sort of a mixed residential business neighborhood. And again, you're creating that hardship, are you not?
Well, we're not asking for any relief related to traffic and parking here. And again,
I understand, but you've got the entire neighborhood, which is part of the justification for the opposition, even though they didn't articulate it the way I seem to be hung up on it. And it's pretty intense because they think that you're going to have a smelly location or you're going to have a bunch of dogs barking and what have you.
Sure.
You know, and I'm going with the other side of the equation. So convince me otherwise, or in a short period of time, because I've got at least one or two people down here. They're probably going to shoot me if I don't shut up. Alma will just hit me. I mean.
I don't believe that part. I just submit that what I feel like we're proposing is it's been mischaracterized by the zoning code, and compared to uses that can go there today, I think we are considerably more benign. I really hope that 6 weeks after they open, I hope that most people are going to look at it and shrug their shoulders and say, why the fuss? Because quite frankly, that's what I walked around 8th and I was sitting there in the lobby thinking, why was there such a big production for this? Again, they put in specific protocols, and just as quickly as I say, we're going to provide extra insulation and we have protocols for odor and noise, you could have an operator tomorrow that doesn't care and goes out there and runs some pretty foul facility. But I really feel that the owners here and this franchise have put a lot of consideration into their impacts, perceived or not, and taken steps to address those. And I feel like, again, as we're presenting today, far less impactful, in fact, benign compared to what can go there today in terms of noise, activity, but also traffic. So the mischaracterization of the use is the basis of my hardship. The fact that it's neighborhood oriented and we don't have deep commercial lots in our neighborhoods or adjacent to our neighborhoods is part of that basis for hardship.
Any other questions? All right, we will close the public hearing and discuss. One of the issues, this is maybe more theoretical or something, but the physical characteristic of a distance hardship seems to me a tough one because it's the fact that it's a distance hardship really has nothing to do with the land. I mean, we've given variances before, and I'm not making a case for this one, but we've given variances before. I remember an LED sign variance on a commercial street that was a little too close to a residential area. Well, the residential area was a cemetery, and so we determined that there was not the same type of harm. Although, one might argue that an LED sign might be offensive to someone visiting someone in the cemetery, it was not the same as if it were your backyard in a place that your family was living and whatnot. And so there was nothing about that plot of land that was different from the others. It was the uniqueness of that business in relation to the distance requirements. So to me, I asked our lawyer one or two last time, depending if you're here, but when you're thinking about a distance requirement, I'm not sure how a distance requirement how we could ever find a hardship. It was strictly related to the type of land, unless it was one of these weird finger-like, properties that had a little stretch that went all the way out here that wasn't the dominant piece.
I mean, to me, I think you have to view it similarly to a setback. That's a distance. A setback is a distance requirement, and you still have to. The code still sets out the parameters on which you would grant a variance from whatever that setback is, and that hardship has to be shown. The code says under 1743-70, subsection A, physical characteristics of the property. And it does reference exceptional shallowness and narrowness and the things that we typically think of. But it also talks about exceptional or undue hardships upon the owner and the property and things like that. Again, it's under the section that deals with the physical features. I also looked at the state law just to see if we could glean anything from that. And under 13.7.207, subsection 3, it talks about, it uses the language of the variances there. And one of the key phrases there is that such that strict application would relieve such difficulties or hardship. And to me, that's key, because the question that the board has to ask is, what hardship are we granting relief from? How is this, if we granting relief from any hardship? I think that's the analysis that the board has to go through. I hope I've answered your question.
And
I'm sorry.
Well, I was just saying, the case, and again, we do have a previous case that's similar that we can at least, I don't know that it's not exactly the same, so it's not a true precedent, but you can look at the differences, and this one has some pretty dramatic differences in terms of not only the difference in length, but also the differences in individual homes that are within that boundary. And again, if I remember correctly, I think it was the corner of one apartment building that was actually in the offensive, the 200 feet.
And I don't know that I was covering the board in that case. I don't recall that.
Yeah, I don't think that you were. It was a year and a half ago. I don't think that you were, but
I'm not able to compare.
But I think that part of the interpretation there was, since there was no outdoor space, that did create a category that was different, and that was in itself basically, I'm a dog kennel, but I'm not really what the 200 feet was talking about in a dog kennel.
That's actually worth considering. And I thought about that in anticipation that you might ask a question relative to that. 1716-175, subsection A, 1, talks about just what I was saying, the setback. It calls it a setback, and it talks about it not being closer than 200 feet. There's a separate section that talks about runs, 1716-175, subsection A4, and it gives specifications for runs having at least 6-foot-high fences completely surrounding it. To me, because it's in two separate sections, it indicates that it is not necessarily contingent upon having a run. It talks about the setback of the structure, essentially. It says no part of any building or structure. And then in subsection 4, it says specifications on the runs. So that tends to me to indicate that run is not required for that setback in order to take effect. I think also you have to look at the definition of the word kennel, which is defined. It's a defined term under 1704-060, and it's talking about kennels/stables. And again, I looked at the definition to see if it was contingent on having an outdoor space, and if there were no outdoor space, if that would make a difference. And under the definition, I don't see anything about that. It concentrates on what the building, structure, or premises is going to be used for, i.e. boarding, breeding, training, and or other activities. And I won't, belabor the point, but the point being that nothing in the law seems to be contingent on having an outdoor space. I hope that's helpful to you all to some degree.
Yeah, very helpful. Thank you. Well, and that goes, again, trying to think about what the arguments were in the previous case and seeing if any were applicable here. I mean, the opposition is fairly overwhelming, and I think that matters. But then I do think that it's worth evaluating the applicant's point to say, well, is the opposition is that mitigated by, what actually is going to happen? It does the soundproofing and the other things address those concerns? And I think to me the only path to answer that would be a lot more research into the 8th Avenue or other Dogtopias with decibel readings and other things like that would say, yeah, there absolutely is no sound coming out of here. But even if we were to go that way, I think some of the arguments that you were just making make it, I'm not sure what the motion would be to grant that distance variance based on what I just heard from you.
Right. And I'm not necessarily trying to be an advocate. It's you all's decision as to what you do, but I want you to operate with knowing what the code says and what legal would say it potentially contemplates.
So let me just throw this out for the board to input, because what I've always understood since I've been on the board, that there's this, and I don't think there's anything unique about the shape of this lot that warrants variance, but there is in the state statute this phrase that says other extraordinary and exceptional situation. And we have in the past relied on that. And
well, I mean, the testimony, and that may be a little more applicable to 8th Avenue because there was testimony and it was substantive, if I can remember, about the effort that was gone through to find a property, and that we didn't get that testimony here. So the extraordinary situation was, in that case, in the neighborhood in this area, there just isn't anything there. I've been looking, I think she said, I've been looking for 2 years for a spot, and I finally found a spot that'll rent to me, and we're really close to, we're really close but not there. And I think that was part of the logic for that. And the testimony here was a little bit different. But again, I don't really have as much of a problem, other than, like I said, the opposition really it bothers me. I'm not that the opposition bothers me. The volume of opposition is something that I think has to really be considered, and for me to, I would be willing to entertain the same type of situation as 8th Avenue if I felt like it was exactly the same, but the things that are not, to me, are that there were other options, that there are a lot more homes in the area, and I haven't quite gotten, I believe the applicant to say when you walk around Dogtopia, you don't hear anything, but that's not, if I were the next door neighbor, I would want more. And so I think I would feel like I owe it a little bit to them to.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a motion that we deny the request of the applicant based on not showing a substantial need under the criteria that the board has established.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Just to deny the variance for lack of hardship.
No reason there.
Well, we have used this other extraordinary and exceptional situation exception before, and I think there is something exceptional here in that 200 feet requirement allows you to have, I guess, as many dogs as you want outside, and these folks are agreeing to keep everything inside. I also think that there are a lot more bothersome business operations that could go in there. I mean, people who take their dogs to these places, I do it. People go in and out, and you're in and out pretty quickly. If you have a restaurant or a machine shop or something like that, you can have people hanging out in the parking lot. And so what I'm struggling with is, and I think that if they're willing to, the owners will have a real stake in this if they know that in 2 years they have to come back up, because they're going to have to invest I can't believe all this soundproofing is going to be inexpensive, and they're willing to put that skin in the game. I also think and I respect the opinion of the people that oppose this, but my experience has been there is more momentum with the people who oppose, and they generally come out more. I guess my hesitation here is that we do need to adhere to the law and to the statute, and that's why I'm inviting. I know in the past we have used this other extraordinary and exceptional situation. I also believe that having used dog care places for a long time, spent more money than I want to ever admit, that there may be a lot of them, but there's waiting lists for everyone that we've checked with lately, and people, there is a demand for these, and I think they do serve a purpose. I would a lot rather have my neighbors taking their dog to doggy daycare than leaving them out in the backyard, all day and all weekend to do what they do out there, bark and carry on. So I can support this for if they're required to come back in 2 years, but I'm sincerely asking members of the board about this. We have relied on this exception before, and I want to make sure that if we were to allow this, that it would fall under the other extraordinary and exceptional situation. I think that gives us kind of carte blanche, but I'm open to being told that I'm dead wrong about that. And Mr. Wallace is about to tell me that, I think.
Well, I don't think I'm going to say you're dead wrong. It's just the reason I made the comment concerning, okay, where Mr. Dean was sitting is about 10 yards, 30 feet. The wall back there with that picture is probably closer to 200. Big difference. And it's that sometimes visuals help me a little bit more than conceptual process. And yeah, the dogs are going to be inside and it's going to be quiet, but you're right, you don't have any decimals out there saying whether or not you can hear the dogs when they come running up. And I love dogs. And I go by the Dogtopia place all the time, and I've almost rear-ended one or two of them, but that doesn't mean anything when I'm trying to get home quick to catch something on TV. And I'd love for it, because I imagine they're going to, if they've got enough skin in the game, going to run a good process. But you've got someone that owns a property within that's 30 feet away, would be a whole lot different looking at it right next door as opposed to 200. And I'm just having a tough time with that. Plus, the traffic is bothering me a little, but not as much as it was at the end, or at the beginning, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm definitely open to the, I'm sorry, I'll ask you, because you were asking, you had, it looked, I thought you had a comment about, or I know you had a thought. I'd like for you to comment on.
Can you see me thinking?
Yeah, I saw it. I'd like, it's what Ross.
Over here.
What Ross was saying on the, is there, it sounded like Ross was saying, making a case that, yeah, there is a path for us to do this, and do you have thoughts on whether or not that's correct? Is there a path where this could be granted based on that extraordinary circumstance?
Again, I have to draw you all back to what is tied to the land. The variances have to be tied to the land. I can't speak to, I hear you, Ross, on just what may have been done in other cases. I don't know that I was present. I don't know what the advice was, and I don't know what the fact pattern was that might have allowed something different. The way I read the law, the variance has to be tied to the land. And this is I mean, when you look at and again, I'm not trying to advocate, but I am trying to make sure that as you proceed through, that you are aware of what the law is. Under 1716-175, Section A is stable, kennel/stable. Section 1 is setback. This is a setback. It's about the building and the structure being close to a neighboring residence. So I think the analysis has to be similar to what you would do for any other setback, whether it would be, a garage, or whether it would be a restaurant, or whatever the other use is that you would be making such a determination. Again, it has to be, it's a setback requirement. Now, having said that, obviously I heard the arguments that the applicant made concerning what extraordinary measures they've gone through in order to ensure that the animals will be inside the facility. Unfortunately, the law does not make a distinction as it relates to that. That may be a legislative fix that needs to occur. Perhaps something needs to be included in the section that defines kennels under Section 17, Chapter 17, Title 17, that deals with definitions. Perhaps it could be there. Perhaps also, if that is in fact what the intent of the code is to deal with that outdoor activity, the section that talks about setbacks and the 200 feet, perhaps that should be included in the runs section instead of in the setback section, or even in addition to, or in lieu of, or whatnot. There are several different ways that could be dealt with, but it appears to me that would be a legislative fix more so than the relief that could be sought by this board, because my concern is if the board did grant it and it was not based on something that ran with the land, there will be an appeal, I'm sure. So I want to make sure that I have given you the best possible legal advice with regard to how I understand the law to be with regarding granting variances. And of course, this is a unique situation because you have both a special exception request as well as a variance request. And the variance has to be granted before the special exception is granted. Because if you don't get the variance, then you won't meet the criteria in order to grant the special exception. So this is it's a very important conversation that you all are having, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to weigh in from a legal perspective.
Again, spoken like a true lawyer, arguing both sides in the same. We got some good lawyers today.
I think that, I'm looking at the TCA 137109.3, and absolutely everything in that that statute is tied to the land, but then we have this one subparagraph, C, small, two I's, quote, or other extraordinary and exceptional situation. But everything else in the statute is tied to the land.
So I mean, we got, two lawyers, and always makes me glad I'm not. We have a lot of them here today. Well, gosh, I'm the only non-lawyer.
Yeah.
We're the only two at the table. But it's you see a path, and you may not see it as clearly or say there's not a path, but.
And again, it's the board's decision.
Yeah.
You all have to decide. I'm not an advocate either way.
Well, and I'm not sure where everybody else is, but I mean, I'm willing to tiptoe down the path, although I see that there's still differences because we did in the same way we did on 8th Avenue. Although I think that there are differences here that to me warrant more evidence that it's not going to be a problem because of the extreme proximity that these neighbors are. And I don't know if we want to give the applicant that opportunity to bring more information back or not. I mean, but I don't, I think at minimum it would be with the same conditions that were applied on 8th Avenue, but I also really want some evidence that that there's not significant exterior noise, 30 feet from that facility at different times a day. Well, there's a motion, but there's not a second, right? Is there? Yeah, and I asked for a second. So yeah, I asked for a second. So I think that one, since I asked for seconds and it didn't get it, that it would need to be amended or.
It's dead. Somebody's got to make a new motion.
Yeah.
Well, I think your point about it being close is a very good point. I mean, I think that is close. I have, and I'm not a sound expert. I mean, I've kind of assumed that you can put enough stuff against a wall to stop a dog's bark from going through, but I don't know that for sure. I mean, I just don't, and I think it is close.
Yeah, but sound is a science. I mean, there's, you can, but like I said, to me,
well,
I guess I would want to err on the side of the neighbors.
Sure.
And that was what we attempted to do on 8th Avenue. And I'm trying to figure out, is there a way to err on the side of the noise concerns, and make it happen, or is there not? And like I said, it is a lot more invasive than in terms of who is impacted with that 200 feet than the last one. And I think that does matter. But I was hoping that I'd have stronger thoughts on either side of me.
I think we're all just totally confused about exactly what we should do. This one's tough.
Well, where everything's inside.
Well, and to me, I guess that's where I am. I think it is tough, and I definitely don't want to make a mistake that would harm the numerous people that are concerned about this and have told us that. And so that's why I'm trying to think through, are there things that the applicant could do to alleviate those concerns in a more scientific way, or through going to the other facility and getting some data to show that it's those concerns are alleviated. And if we think that, then I'm willing to push it off a little bit. But if we don't think that, then I don't know that I could support it.
Well, we did get, in my memory, I was here when we heard the other case, and I seem to remember we got extensive comments about, or an expert about noise abatement. Am I remembering incorrectly on that one?
I think that's right, and I think that they had, I think that led to some of the protocol that was submitted with this application. I think that's how kind of Dogtopia does it now. But again, as the applicant said, you may have a responsible franchisee and you may have an irresponsible franchisee, and you'd hope that the physical facility would be done so that regardless, you're not going to hear the dogs.
Well, I don't think, to Mr. Lawson's point, I don't think that I could vote for it without having something more scientific about the proximity, whatever they're going to use, considering they're 30 feet away. And I'm not saying I would for sure vote for it then, but I think to me that's something that is a very good point that's been brought up.
My question
And it sounds
is,
like that's
how would
possible.
you do it?
Well, I think what you're saying is y'all have had that before with another one of these businesses.
It's the one on 8th Avenue. Yeah, the character of 8th Avenue is a little bit different than where this one is. That's my only.
Well, I mean, you have 30 feet in all directions, or of that, and the front of that is a busy street, but the back of it was residential.
Yeah.
But it also, in that case, the back had a parking lot, an alley, a fence before you got to the residences, and so it was.
Here you look.
It felt a little more removed, and you're right, here it's a lot closer. So, like I said, I'm I guess that I'm almost inclined to say that either defer it until the applicant brings back that level of proof, or just to deny it, and give the applicant an opportunity to reapply should the applicant.
Or go to the legislature.
Have an
basically.
independent, or have an independent, we often will do parking studies. We'll ask, people say that parking's going to be a big problem, so go do a traffic study, and you have an independent person come in and measure it. And so if there was an independent sound analysis that measured the sound impact of a comparable facility, presumably the one on 8th Avenue, that might be new information that would allow the applicant to come back. But I'm almost inclined to say deny it, but allow the applicant to reapply within 6 months should that information become available.
That I could
Why not
support
just-
that.
Okay, why not just defer it?
I think that you could defer it, and it's.
Going with the denial allows them two options: to go to the council person in that district and to get the sound study and come back to us. I mean, they've got to carry a burden of proof here. And I know I sound like I'm the one that's really anti about this, which is sort of a shock in and of itself, but I'm just not comfortable with
Well, I
opposition.
agree with you on that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out, because most of the time, when we want more information, we defer and we give them so much time to.
Well, I think
get
that's
it.
fine. And the only, again, I think that's correct. I'm trying to figure out, I was thinking deny and basically reapply so that neighbors would have notice. I want people to be informed. And so, but I guess there are enough neighbors here and to know that if we defer this for a month in order to have that study, that the applicant can choose to do that or not. And if they choose not to, then presumably we wouldn't grant this variance based on the concerns expressed here. But like I said, I just want to make sure that that the folks who are going to be impacted know when it's going to come back.
So I'll move to defer it make a motion to defer it for 1 month.
I second.
And then with the expectation
December 5th
that.
meeting.
I'm sorry?
That's the December 5th meeting.
December.
5th.
Okay. I'll make a motion, let me amend it. I'll make a motion to defer it until the December 5th meeting.
And with the expectation that a sound study be conducted by an independent firm, or?
I think what I would say is what Mr. Lawless said, that the applicant needs to recognize they have the burden of proof to however they choose to convince us that they can mitigate the sound within that close of a distance, and I would leave it to them. I mean,
The council fixes it. I mean, they've clearly heard what we said. With a little bashful, and let them decide which way to go. And the other side can take their step.
I mean, I could support it. Well, you did support it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a motion and a second. Was there any other comments on the motion or adjustments? Okay, and with clear direction that at least I will err on the side of the neighbors unless those neighbors' concerns are mitigated, and I think that's what other people are saying too. I'm sorry, did you had, oh, you were voting ahead of time. All right, sorry, thank you. All right, all in favor of that motion, raise your hand and say aye. Any opposed? All right, we will see you all back December 5th and see where we are. Next case. Do you want to need a quick break?
Like a 5-second.
We'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll get back to the cases.
Total of 50 rentals. The owner-occupied permit was obtained on May the 4th of 2017. And it was renewed in 2018, but not in 19. A notice was sent on August the 5th. The cancellation letter was sent as the renewal documents were provided on 8/12/19 after the 30-day grace period. There were 3 documented stays in August, bearing in mind the cancellation letter was sent on August the 12th. There were no complaints associated with this property. No other action was taken. The date advertisement was removed was 9/16/19.
Right. So basically their permit expired on May 4th, and they sent their check on August 12th, and you don't have any, I mean, the documented stays in August may or may not have been before the check was sent, but you don't have anything that says that they, once they got their letter, that they...
By all appearances, once they received their letter, they removed their advertisements and did no further
Okay,
bookings.
great. Thank you. If you would state your name and address and tell us why you're here.
Yes, I'm Tom Occupenti. This is my wife, Ann, and I did have something to pass along. I didn't make enough copies, but there are 2.
Pass it down.
Never having experienced this, I didn't know how much to present to you, not intending to overwhelm you with too much and not at the same time trying to underwhelm you. I'm just going to state the facts so I can add to what was said. We have been a short-term rental owner, occupied Airbnb host since May, as he had said. We have, in that time, we are owner-occupied. It is in our home, a home that we have lived in since 1984. We raised 2 children there. It was their idea that they thought this would be a great idea for us to help as we're approaching our retirement years as 2 Metro school teachers. My wife retired for the 2nd time in August after 36 years, and I'm in my 19th year as a second career. We did receive a renewal reminder, which was not stated 1 year ago, which has kind of led to the situation where we're in right now. We did not receive a renewal in May or April of 2019, just recently. At that time, Metro Council was doing a lot of talk about raising the fees. And I'm going to say right from the offset, I've learned a big lesson here. I made an assumption, and the assumption proved wrong. Never in any means were we intending to go around Metro government. If anything, we had kept even making the hotel tax payments, the hotel occupancy. It was purely an accident on our part, and then when we sought information about it, we were not provided the correct information. Those things happen, just like we had made a mistake. At that time, we were not aware that we were operating illegally. And as well, we're not the Airbnb that has the bachelorette parties. We're in a residential area. As you said, there's no complaints. Our neighbors call us to see if their family can stay with us. Our typical renter or host person are parents or grandparents of children who are going to Vanderbilt or Belmont in Lipscomb. As we progressed down through here, in May, when we did not receive that renewal, or in April, I thought it was tied into the Metro Council voting whether or not to raise the rent, the fees for one-year permits from $50 to $314. That is what occurred. When I went to the website, it said as effective July 3rd, these fees now will be raised. Again, I made an assumption. I thought, well, maybe that's why we didn't get a renewal. When we did not get any renewal, by the end of July, in the first week or so of August, I did reach out by email and contacted one of the employers. I spelled it completely out. I have a copy of the email where I said we didn't get a renewal, and am I supposed to get one? And was told, well, that's really just a courtesy after the first year, but I have attached the required documents. Please notarize them and then pay a $314 check. So with that, we took that as, okay, well, that's all we have to do. And I had even expressed the next day thanking the person for contacting me. And I reiterated again, is there anything further that we have to do? Do we have to get re-inspected? And was told, no, if nothing has changed, just fill out the documents. We did receive that letter in the process of us having the notarized materials. We got that letter that the young man just spoke of. And then I sent another email to the person. I said, now what do we do? I said, I'll have my wife drop off the materials. She did the next day, and she asked, are we okay here? And said, yeah, it looked good. 3 weeks later, I did get a letter from Miss Emily Lamb, who's sitting over there. And at that point, we complied with everything that we were told to do. We shut down everything, as he assured. It has presented a hardship to us because I'm throwing myself under the bus. I'm the one that talked her into fully retiring because I thought, you know, we're earning some money here and things are going well. Our daughter just had our baby, so a little nervous here, but please understand this is creating more of a hardship. The second thing that we find out is that we have to wait a whole year before we reapply or accept our check and the documents.
So when was the last day that you rented the property?
It had to be sometime just before this, probably the beginning of August.
Okay. All right.
While we were taking care of this.
Right. Okay.
As directed.
Great. Is there any questions? All right. Thank you. I would ask if you had something else, but I think you gave us a whole story and your time's up. So unless anybody has any more questions, then we'll close the public hearing.
No questions? Okay.
No, I think you did a good job.
Well, I'm ahead.
Very thorough.
I was going to make a motion that they can apply on Monday.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, would you take a modification to Tuesday as we're
that's right.
closed on Monday?
Monday's a holiday. Monday's so Tuesday.
Actually, Monday's my birthday, so thank you for the birthday present.
All right, so there's a motion, there's a second.
It's been amended.
It's been amended.
And modified,
to Tuesday.
And I still second it.
Is there any other discussion? And definitely because it's been more than 3 months since the last rental, and you did everything correctly, and the specific circumstances. I know we have other cases too coming up. Just make sure that everybody understands.
And if I have any questions, I know who to call.
Hang on.
Miss Lamb. Thank you, Miss Lamb.
Right. We haven't voted yet. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? You can apply on Tuesday, but don't rent or list or do anything until you get your permit reinstated, and you can apply for that on Tuesday.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Next case for the board to consider is case 2019-469 involving property at 1301C Lytton Avenue. Is the applicant here for case 469? Bruce Little. Mr. Chairman, the applicant is not here, so perhaps it would be appropriate for the board to defer this one meeting.
I'll move that we defer this one meeting to 11/17, or whatever the next.
You've got a lot of opposition on this one, or
Are there-
person, there's, at least on my side.
Yeah, is there opposition here?
Yeah. Any support?
And the applicant's not here?
The applicant is not here. This is for a sidewalk variance request.
And the planning, it recommended on this one to disapprove the request so that the applicant could pay the entire in lieu fee. And I think that we have a letter from Councilperson Benedict saying that she supported a reduced fee to maybe, I think, 37.5 feet. And I think that's why the applicant was coming back to have a reduction in the fee, because I think he's putting in a 20-foot driveway. So those are the facts of the case. Applicant's not here to hear it, and we can either choose to defer it 2 weeks.
Can you tell them not to show up, or do you just elect not to?
I'm sorry, was that a question for me? I didn't hear it.
Did we have the applicant not appear, or did he elect not to show up? I mean, the
I
opposition.
did not speak to him and tell him
Okay.
not to appear.
So, okay, I still think if we should hear from the opposition, if we're going to defer it so that she doesn't have to come back and be inconvenienced again. Is that wrong?
I think if the board makes the motion to do that, the board can do that, hear from the opposition, and just keep the hearing open.
Mr. Chairman, may I make that up?
Yeah, does anybody object? I think, and there's anybody that sits here this long deserves to be heard. So, and certainly that, so if the opposition will come, we'll hear your thoughts, and then have that as part of the public record, and then decide whether or not we give the applicant a chance to come back and speak, or if we want to take action on this now.
Hi, my name is Tina Rotroff, and we own properties near this property, 2134 and 2136 24th Avenue North. Oh, 2221 Pennington, I'm sorry. We own several properties in the area. So we believe that the sidewalk rule, the sidewalk requirement is good for a safe neighborhood and for a walkable Nashville. And so we don't feel that either he or she should have to contribute to the sidewalk fund or comply and put sidewalks in.
Okay. And then the planning department had recommended that he pays for his whole frontage, and I think he wanted a reduction, and the council person of the district said, because of the 20-foot driveway, that she would support, paying for, I think, 39, her letter says 39 feet, instead of whatever that frontage is. Do you have any issue with that, or do you think he should pay for the whole frontage, or build, because he's already he's essentially putting in the sidewalk on that 20 feet because it's the driveway. So that to me is the only outstanding question here. I mean, I doubt, I can't speak for my fellow commissioners, but based on past sidewalk votes and discussion, I don't, unless there's a substantial hardship, which has not been presented in any of the materials, that's the fundamental question that we will be facing when we hear from the applicant is, do you pay for 39 feet or 59 feet?
We would agree with that.
Okay.
That would be sufficient.
The 39 feet?
Yeah,
Okay.
the 39
Okay.
feet.
So, all right, so that is what the council lady, Emily Benedict, had recommended in her letter too. So are there any questions from the board? Okay, so
That's an acceptable result for them.
So if that's an acceptable result for you, like I said, that to me is, unless there's something extraordinarily different than we have in our materials, then that is what, those are the two options. You either pay for the whole thing or you pay for 39 feet, but I doubt that there's going to be support based on the materials for anything lower than that.
I really appreciate you giving us the opportunity to make these comments. Thank you.
We appreciate you coming out and sitting this long to make them, because I know it's a burden for everybody to do that too, so.
Mr. Chair, if I could say, the applicant did indicate to me that he did not have any opposition to paying the 39 feet as well. That was in an email. It was not, he did not request it to be made part of the board packet because presumably he was going to be here to make the request himself. I don't know why he's not here, but I did want to let y'all know, at least last information I heard was that he did not oppose paying the 39 feet, and the council person as well supported that. So to the extent that helps your decision.
Then, I don't know that we've ever made, is it asking our legal counsel, is it acceptable to make a motion on a case where the applicant fails to show?
And just be done with it?
Even though there's written, I mean,
We've got an email. We've got the opposition satisfied. Won't come back in November.
Can I have a moment to confer?
yeah. Yeah, and to me, I think the motion would be that a variance is granted on the condition that 39 feet of the property be paid to the in lieu fee, that that right-of-way be granted for future sidewalks. Those are usually the conditions of that. And if that's acceptable without that, and person let us know, but I think that would be the motion, that
Okay.
that they would have to pay for 39 feet and grant the right-of-way.
If I could have a moment to confer with my client.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
So,
It's sort of refreshing to see someone in a legal department actually consider the board a client, unlike the Attorney General's office. Because if he considered, Dan, if he would have considered, and there was no opposition, would he have put it on the
no, because the planning recommended no. Planning recommended pay the whole thing.
Okay, that's
But the council lady recommended lower.
Okay, now I understand. For some reason I missed the.
When your clients are also lawyers, you also want to just take into consideration what they have to say as well. We don't see any problem with that.
Okay.
Make that motion.
Then, yeah. All right, so there's a motion on the floor and it's been seconded, to approve the variance, provided that the applicant pay 39 feet of frontage into the in lieu fund and dedicate the right-of-way for future sidewalks. Is that correct? All right. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank y'all for coming.
Next case, 2019-470, involving property at 248 Tusculum Road. This is a request for a special exception to convert an existing residence into a religious institution. You can go ahead and come forward. The applicant can go ahead and come forward to the front table. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 470? The zoning map before you now shows the zoning is R10. This is the aerial photography showing you the surrounding area as well as the property. This is a site plan that was submitted by the applicant, and finally, the photograph showing you the current conditions of the property. Seeing no opposition here, the applicant will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Please be sure to identify yourself by name and address.
And if you would, I'm sorry, name and address, and then tell me about your community meeting. And if you had a community meeting and what happened at the community meeting?
My name is John Duzan. I'm a representative from the architectural firm Thomas Anderson Architect, located at 303 South Main Street, Goodlettsville, Tennessee. Shalom United Pentecostal Church International and Pastor Cam Khan Cap is our client. We did hold a community meeting on October 28th, and we had about 45 minutes there, and we had two members of the area show up, and both seemed to be in approval. Other than that, we've heard no opposition to it. Basically, they are wanting to proceed with placing their church in this existing residence and making it a church. There are two other churches there on that same corner, and then adjacent to us on the northwest side is a apartment complex, and then residential surrounding. I'll be here for any other questions.
The planning department had recommended that we approve this proposal with the condition that parking shall meet requirements of Metro zoning code. And is it your understanding that the parking plan meets the Metro?
Yes.
So you don't have an issue with that being a condition?
Correct. We have actually addressed that. The plan that you have on the screen is actually a little bit out of date. We do have a new thing showing the drive, a new plan showing the drive lining up more with Brewer Avenue to your south and west there. That was one of the recommendations by Building and Codes to make access a little more smooth there.
Okay.
But yes, we do meet all the other criteria.
Any questions?
How large is the congregation?
Congregation right now, we have an occupant load of about 32 in the sanctuary. They're roughly about that, 20 to 30 at this point. And
Do you foresee any issues with traffic or congestion based on the other churches and fairly close by?
well, we do not, Mr. Lawyers. The reason being, the church next to us on the southeast side is the Seventh-day Adventist, which meets on a Saturday, and they're going to be meeting on Sunday, as I said, with a small congregation. So the one on the other corner, I think, comes off of another street. So I think we'll be in good shape there.
Are they providing any other services like classes, schools, or schooling or anything like that?
Well,
other than the services?
Correct. They basically provide education, job search, little doctor's visit help, things of that nature at this point. Thank you.
Anything else to add?
We do not at this time.
All right, we will close the public hearing.
Just from reviewing the materials in the packet, it seemed like they met all of the requirements for a special exception. So I would move that we approve the request.
And I'm going to second it.
And is that with the
That they
With the
meet
conditions that the planning
parking,
department has
yeah.
put in place, yes.
I read her mind. I knew that's what you meant.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, good luck.
Thank you.
Next case.
Moving on now to the short-term rental portion of the docket, we will start with case 2019-392. This is involving property at 1512 Paris Avenue. Is the applicant here on case 392? Yes, okay. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 392? Seeing none, Mr. McBroom will make the presentation on behalf of staff, after which point the applicant will have 5 minutes. Please be sure to identify yourself by name and address when you do speak to the board after Mr. McBroom.
This again is operating with an expired permit. The operation dates were March of 2016 through July of 2019. There were 252 rentals, 3 of which occurred after the expiration. Previously permitted on 3/22/16, it expired on June 16th of 2018. No notice was sent. There were no complaints associated with the property. No other actions were taken. And the date the advertisement was removed was July the 25th of 2019. There is one note on this property. The property was permitted to William Smallman, and on 5/21/19, the property was quitclaim deeded to Ashley Marie Suarez.
So technically, the permit expired on the 21st when the property changed ownership. Is that correct?
Well, it didn't expire in the sense of the 365 days, but it would no longer have been considered a valid permit for
right.
Correct. The new owner would be required to obtain the permit.
And then it expired. I mean, and that's not something that you all check because you can't check that on a daily basis. But on the 16th of June, it expired, and so you all sent a notice a month later? Is that, or was there any notice?
No, sir, there was no notice sent on this.
Okay, but did she come in to reapply, or what happened? How did it come down? She came in to apply, and anyway, I'll just ask her.
I don't have
I'm sorry,
I don't have information on
I
that.
apologize. Sorry about all that. Yeah, ma'am, if you could turn your mic on and state your name and address and fill in those blanks for me.
I'm Ashley Suarez. I live at 1512 Paris Avenue. I don't know how much to tell here, but my divorce was finalized at the end of April. Through that decree, I was granted the primary residence. I've lived there ever since. I turned over the Airbnb laundry-wise, but I had nothing to do with getting the permit or anything like that, any of the financial stuff involved.
This was your home?
Yes.
Was it your primary residence before?
Yes.
And okay.
So in the divorce decree, all the permits were supposed to be transferred over to me. As you might imagine, in those types of situations, communication was a little dicey with my ex, and sorry.
No, I'm sorry. You were just saying one of our members is a divorce lawyer or does a lot of divorce work. So he's like, yeah, she could relate. I'm sorry. Good.
In any case, I did not know that the permit had expired, and I was still operating the Airbnb based on people who had booked when we were still married. And then I don't know, I was in the middle of all these quitclaim deeds, stuff that I've never really been a part of, and I'm really nervous up here. This is awkward.
I know. You wait all this time, and then you're on the spot.
Sorry about that. So it occurred to me that I probably needed to come in and figure out how to transfer my name onto the permit. And when I came in that day, that is when I was told that I was operating under an expired permit. So I essentially turned myself in. While I was in the office waiting to figure out how to do all this, I took down the Airbnb. I actually had a resident that day, and I called Airbnb. They found her a new place to stay. I haven't operated since.
What was the last? That was in July?
That was in July. I thought it was June, but my dates are a little messed up at this point.
Well, that's okay. This says the date the advertisement was removed was around July 25th.
That's when I walked in then, yeah.
Okay.
And I was told I was 8 days past a grace period. So I was hoping to be eligible to have the same permit that I had before. I use that income for me and my 2 kids who live there now.
But it's your home, so it's an owner-occupied situation. So
Yeah.
if you're again, we can't speak to eligibility. All we can say is when you can reapply, and then if you are eligible,
Okay.
the codes department will determine that, and if your property's eligible. But we can only determine that. So you haven't rented since July of
No.
this year, or listed or advertised. Okay. Any questions?
If I could, the Airbnb, the building you're living in now, your home,
Yes.
was marital property.
Yes.
Okay. Was the permit considered marital property? Do you know? And I know you're a layperson, you're not a lawyer, but
Right.
that's a real important question for me.
Question for.
Well, can I?
Well, and I will just point out, the interpretation by the zoning administrator has consistently been, in the case of a divorce or a marriage, we do not treat that as a transfer in ownership or a transfer of the permit. We treat it as,
It's joint property when they're married, so it
right.
would
And
flow
so, I mean,
however okay.
So when someone does go through a divorce, to the extent that ownership changed, quote, from husband and wife or husband to ex-wife.
Whatever, yeah.
Our interpretation has consistently been that does not rise to the level of an ownership change that would require a new permit. So we would have treated that permit as valid until the expiration, at which point she could come in and renew. Unfortunately, she missed it, it sounds like, by about 8 days, and so that's how she's here today.
Which would have been understandable considering what was going on at that point in time. Okay.
Right. Anything else that you'd like to add?
No,
All right.
that's about it.
Any other questions? No. All right, we'll close the public hearing. I mean, this,
I would, for the record, just make one comment that I think this is a lot different than the Levy situation, obviously, or Levine situation that we had earlier, just for my clarification purposes. And that has nothing to do with you.
well, yeah, I mean, well, and again, very understandable, but to me, it's just, in expired permit cases, it's as much as what happened after you realized it is expired, and again, exemplary behavior, and nearly 4 months without renting, and so I'm okay with you. Well,
I'll make a motion that Tuesday.
She can apply for a permit. The zoning administrator didn't there, and she can apply Tuesday.
Correct.
Second. Have a motion, have a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yeah, you can apply for a permit Tuesday. Don't rent or do anything till you get that permit in hand. I'm sure you already understand that.
Thank you very much.
Sure thing. Thank you and good luck.
Next case, 2019-434, involving property at 998 McFerrin Avenue. This is an item A appeal challenging the denial of a permit due to operation after expiration. Mr. McBroom is here on behalf of staff. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 434? Seeing none, Mr. McBroom will make staff's presentation, after which point the appellant can make her presentation.
The operation dates of this short-term rental were April of 2017 through August of 2019. 49 rentals occurred, 5 of which after the expiration. Previously permitted as an owner-occupied permit issued on May 23rd of 2017, was renewed in 18 but not in 19. There were no documented stays after the the host letter was sent on August the 5th. And there were no documented stays after the host letter. Complaints, yes, there was, we received a complaint of a large party on December the 5th of 2017. After reviewing the advertisement, we found that the property was advertising without displaying permit number. So a notification of violation was sent. There were no other actions taken, and the violation was corrected. And the date the advertisement was removed was August the 19th of 2019.
All right. If you would state your name and address and tell us why you're here.
Hi, I'm Autumn Ryan. I'm at 998 McFerrin Avenue over in East Nashville. And that's the first, I had no idea that there was a complaint in December 2017. That's the first that I knew about that. I wish I had Mr. Levine, the other gentleman here, because it was the exact same thing that happened. I did not get a renewal in May. I'm a single mom of 2. It's my primary residence. I'm actually an entrepreneur, and this income is very needed in my household. I've got one in college and one in high school, and I have a startup company, so I really rely on this income coming in. Honestly, day to day, I just did not think or remember to renew in May of 2019. It just went past. I got the letter I actually got the letter like August 19th. The day that I took it off is the day that I received the letter. I don't know why there was such a lack of days that I got the letter, but when I received it August 19th, I immediately came down here to Metro, and I removed my facility or my residence off of Airbnb, and I had actually 6 that were lined up to come through the end of November, actually, and I ended up canceling all of those. I did not want to take any chances or anything. So once I got the notification, I took it off, and that's it. And then I canceled all of I had to contact each one of them and tell them the situation, and we canceled it. So I'm looking to hopefully get this back so I can start making some money again and helping me out.
Okay, great. And then you said you didn't rent it after the ad was removed?
No, sir.
Okay. Any questions? All right, anything else to add?
I've learned a really big lesson from this, and I have it in my, whenever I renew, I'll be putting it in my calendar, that's for sure.
All right, thank you. We'll close the public hearing. Thoughts? Yeah. Everybody's good. Well, I mean, again, with, again, minimal offense after the expiration in terms of total rentals, but then also good behavior after notification.
I mean, she did pull it second. She probably got the letter. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the Postal Service, but.
Yeah. No, I don't, I'm okay with, the rest had been at least, kind of 2 or 3 months after. This is nearly 3 months after. I mean, I'll move that the applicant is eligible to apply for a permit on Tuesday as well, if that doesn't run on the show.
I'll second.
All right, so have a motion, have a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. All right, you can apply for a permit on Tuesday, but please don't list, rent, or do anything till you get that permit in hand.
Next, case 2019-467 involving property at 4141 Woodlawn Drive. This is another operation after expiration. Mr. McBroom will make a presentation on behalf of staff, after which point the appellant can make her presentation.
Okay, this permit was obtained January 22nd of 2018 and expired 1 year after. This is an apartment complex with several permits associated with one parcel number. Now, this complicates and sometimes skews the tracking for individual units. That being said, the tracking information is as follows. First online activity was May the 8th of 2019. Documented operation dates May of 2019 through August of 2019. There were 5 documented stays after the expiration. Host letter was sent August the 17th of 2019. Ads removed on August the 28th of 2019. There were no documented stays that occurred after the host letter. The BZA appeal was filed on September the 9th of 2019. There was one hotline complaint that came in under this unit number that was not specific to this unit. The claim was that numerous units operating STRPs with no permits issued at the complex. That complaint was lodged on July the 5th of 2018. At that time, my investigation found that there were 8 valid and current permits. There remains one ad posted. The calendar is blocked, and it says it is not accepting reservations, and it's with Booking.com, which is, by my experience, more difficult to remove. I emailed with Ms. Coker earlier in the day, and she said she was unaware of that advertisement, but has made efforts to remove it.
But it looked to be blocked, you said?
Oh, yes.
All right. If you could state your name and address and tell us why you're here.
My name is Amanda Coker. The address is 4141 Woodlawn Drive, apartment 44. I'm a property manager on behalf of the leaseholder for this apartment. We received the letter. I received it on August 26th. I emailed Robert Osborne inquiring why we got this, assuming it was that our permit photo wasn't on our listing. I found out in his reply that it was actually that we were operating without a permit. I'd come in on January 16th and renewed what I thought were 10 permits, but apparently it was only 9, one of which is actually located at the same address. The permit was acquired at the same time initially as apartment 44, it's unit 78. That one was in fact renewed. All of that information is in the packet that I have provided you, as well as just the chain of emails that I had between Robert and Teresa, just asking what to do. We did take immediate action once we found out. As he mentioned, we snoozed the listing, unlisted the listing, canceled bookings, and we are not performing right now. So we would just We're hoping to be able to reapply for the permit. This is an error. I do know now that I need to confirm that I have received the email as well as check public data that all of our permits statuses are active, opposed to expired.
And so when was the last date that this property was rented?
I believe it was the last weekend in August prior to receiving my email from Teresa on September 3rd, which was just that they did not find anything as far as the renewal that I brought in on January 16th and that I would need to do an appeal, which I came in, I think, on the 9th and did that with David.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it matters or not, but this is the first permit in over 3 years that I've ever let expire, and I am terribly sorry. And again, we have put in measures to avoid this in the future.
And how many properties do you manage?
We have in Nashville 49.
Okay. Okay. Any questions? There's, I think the next case has. So, any other questions? All right, anything else to add?
I don't believe so.
We'll close the public hearing. I think the ad was removed end of August. I
Moves pretty quickly. I mean, if we follow the same that we've been doing.
Yeah, again, I mean, to me, the determining factor to me is behavior after you knew. And I think there's clear documentation in this case that, one, that the number of properties, it makes sense why the application wasn't renewed in the sense that you have a stack and you think you've got 10 and you have 9. And I mean, I get that, but to me it's, and the fact that you renewed 9 instead of 10 says you're not trying to pull one over somebody. And
You've lost money.
well, and the fact that you, as soon as you knew, you stopped and did everything right, again, on an expired permit, you know, I think that couple of months after that you wait is adequate penalty. So, you know, had it not been for the other 9, you could say, well, boy, maybe you should have known better. But I can just see, you know, I can see. To me, that to me eliminates the intent, because why bother with the other 9 if you don't do this one? I think it's an honest mistake that has already had almost a 3-month penalty. So, I mean, I'll move that the zoning administrator didn't err and the applicant's eligible to apply again on Tuesday, based on exemplary conduct after the notification.
I'll second.
Okay, I was going to be nice again, but no, you're much better than I am.
Any other comments or thoughts? All in favor, say aye and raise your hand. Any opposed? Great. Good luck. You can apply again Tuesday, and you manage enough to know what to do. Thank you. All right, last case.
Last case is case 2019-471 involving property at 1812B 6th Avenue North. This is an appeal of a denial for operation after the expiration of the permit. There is opposition here. Mr. McBroom will make the presentation on behalf of staff, and then each side will have 10 minutes to make their desired presentation.
On December the 10th of 2018, the Environmental Court referee Hirsch ruled operating a non-owner occupied short-term rental property without a non-owner occupied STRP permit, and the permit was canceled. On May the 22nd of 2019, the Environmental Court ruling was appealed. Judge Walker reversed the Environmental Court ruling. Permit was reinstated and the permit was not renewed, and so therefore the permit expired. Email complaint came in of continued advertising and operating with an expired permit. A notification of violation was sent. The short-term rental property website advertisement was removed within the prescribed remedial time period. Therefore, the case was closed on September the 3rd of 2019 as the violation was resolved. On September the 13th, both an email and Metro Hub complaints came in for this address, and in conducting a violation inspection, I found that the website ads had been removed on August 28th of 2019 and not reposted. I arrived at the property at approximately 2:20 and confirmed that there were short-term renters at the property, some of whom were coming out to catch an Uber that had arrived just after I did. I told them that I am a codes inspector and presented my credentials and asked them if they were renting for the weekend. They confirmed that they were, but preferred not to give their names. I posted a stop work order and took photographs. The following Monday, the 16th, I filed paperwork requesting a warrant. On the 17th of September, the BZA appeal was filed. As of November the 2nd, the Airbnb Plus advertisement was reposted with one documented stay in October. There were 13 hotline complaints on this property, as well as numerous hub and email complaints. The parcel is a horizontal property regime for which the Declaration of Covenants and Conditions and Restrictions, which is the homeowner's agreement, states no unit may be offered by its owner to the public at large for temporary transit accommodations.
In there, I mean, I guess there's another HPR rule too, though, and they're still in effect. You got to own both. Is that still a rule?
Yes, that is the law. You have to own both units in order to obtain a permit currently.
Okay. And so, hey, Mike, just to make sure I understand, so the environmental court reinstated the permit on May 22nd, 19. And so when?
No, so that would have been the appeal court.
I'm sorry, the appeal court. So when the environmental court ruling was appealed, all right. So that's, okay, so then when did the actual permit expire?
It would have expired at the date of reinstatement. In other words, the expiration date had come and gone during the period between the two rulings.
So when it was reinstated, that the assumption would be that they said, well, I think environmental court says you can't apply for 3 years, and so this would have said, yeah, you can.
So basically, when the environmental court judge reversed the referee, there was no existing permit, but by reversing the referee, she said, okay, well, you can get a permit, but you got to pay and come in and do the paperwork to renew the permit, but that never happened.
Okay, and that's part of the record?
That is part of the record, and I'm sure that the appellant will speak to this, but in September of this year, Codes received a check from the applicant. It was not labeled. It was just a $50 check. We sent it back to her and let her know, we need to know what this is for. There are multiple fees in our department for $50. We don't know what this is for. So it was sent in to us in September, which was several months after the expiration date. Not knowing what it was, we sent it back. We also sent the notice of expiration. That's when.
But clearly after the 1st of August, the notice was sent and the advertisement removed, and so that's an indication that the notice was received, usually.
Presumably.
And then this check was in September, but then you found somebody personally when you did a site visit renting in September.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood the lay of the land before we get here. Okay. All right. So if you would please state your name and address and tell us why you're here.
I'm an attorney.
If you'll turn your mic on, please.
there, okay, that one. My name is Dana McClendon. I'm an attorney. I represent the applicant appellant. My mailing address is 2020 Fieldstone Parkway, Suite 900-217, Franklin, Tennessee, 37069. This is a case where what we're here about today is pretty straightforward and pretty simple. With all due respect to Metro staff, they've got some mistakes, a fact. Behind the relatively simple issue that brought us here today, there's an extensive litigation and extensive conflict with the neighbors. I'm sure that they will bring that up, but I'll go ahead and address that a little bit. Ms. Marcella bought a home in Nashville, this home, and moved here in 2018, and did so knowing that she wanted to have a short-term rental permit, applied for it, and got that short-term rental permit in the spring of 2018. After that, she was confronted with an environmental court complaint alleging that she was not a permanent resident, that she had lost her status as a short-term rental permit holder by virtue of allegedly not being a permanent resident of the property that she was renting out. We went to Referee Hirsch, and he ruled against us, but we appealed that, and Judge Walker, having heard testimony, ruled for us and restored her permit. All that happened last year, going from spring into summer. There's an order, I submitted an order from June of 2019 where Judge Walker, having heard from Mr. Osborne, your zoning examiner, and Mr. Light, ruled that the evidence was not sufficient to determine that Ms. Marcella was not a resident of the home that she was renting. So Judge Walker reinstated the permit as of June 11th. Metro appealed that. Metro later abandoned that appeal by order that I submitted. That was filed July 25th, not entered by the circuit court until July 26th. Contrary to the statement of staff, with all due respect, Ms. Marcella actually submitted her renewal paperwork by mail in April of this year. And you can see in the attachments that I provided that on April 5th, 2019, Ms. Marcella submitted a check payable to Metro with the address 1812 6th Avenue in the amount of $50 with the application permit, or the renewal permit request. You'll see an affidavit from Elisa Moeller, who was a notary in Illinois, who notarized the application for a renewal in April. Ms. Marcella mailed that in. Now, it's important to remember that during this process, the litigation is ongoing. In May, we had not yet been before Judge Walker. So Ms. Marcella made the assumption that, well, until we get to the end of this process, perhaps Metro will not process the permit renewal. So no, there was no reason to think anything had gone wrong with the application. By letter dated postmarked in September 4th, mailed to Ms. Marcella, the check that she had written in April was returned with a cover letter that said, "We don't know why you sent this. We received this check today in the amount of $50, but there was nothing to indicate what this payment was for." Well, Ms. Marcella's testimony would be that she submitted the check and the renewal application simultaneously and in April when the check was written and when the notary says that she notarized the document that was the renewal permit, the request for renewal. So, interestingly enough, so I suspect what happened.
What's the date that the original application would have expired?
May. But if you take out the litigation, the permit would have expired in May. So by the April check, Ms. Marcella was 30 days ahead of her renewal of right.
And why was it notarized in Illinois?
Because Ms. Marcella travels a good bit and has an office in Illinois. She has a real estate license in Illinois, Wisconsin, Florida, and Tennessee. And she was in Illinois when it was time to renew, and she did the paperwork in Illinois. Now, interestingly enough, I suspect what happened was simply that the application, the renewal application and the check somehow got to Metro, got separated, and later surfaced, which I'm sure with over 3,500 STRPs floating around and all kinds of enforcement actions going on, that kind of thing could happen. So what we appealed was simply to say, hey, Ms. Marcella did her part to timely send in her renewal paperwork with the check, and we would like for this board to execute the renewal. Now, in the meantime, this litigation was ongoing, and at no time during that litigation were these covenants and restrictions brought up. At no time before this appeal was filed and the response, the opposition submitted their paperwork, were these covenants and restrictions brought up. Ms. Marcella's paperwork when she bought the home, her title insurance policy, her document, her listing, none of it revealed a covenant restriction. And I suppose that it's likely that one day we will have to litigate that issue in another forum about whether or not those covenants and restrictions are enforceable. From our perspective, none of that matters today, because what we're here to ask for is that Ms. Marcella timely did what she was supposed to do to renew her permit, and an administrative error occurred, and we would like for the board to remedy that by directing that the application be treated as timely filed as it was, and the renewal granted.
But even if all that happened, there's still no permit, right? I mean, she never received a new permit.
She has not.
Right, and so, but I guess my issue, again, you heard all the other cases.
Correct.
And no one rented after they got their
Ms. Marcella is here, and I know where you're headed. You're wondering why she would have had a rental after the fact, and she did not. Ms. Marcella actually arrived a couple of hours after the gentleman posted the stop work order. Those were her guests. She has photos from that day with those guests. Those are family members of her. And I'm not sure what the confusion in the conversation between the staff member and the guests was, but I'll be happy to bring Ms. Marcella forward and allow her to show you the pictures that were taken a couple hours after the stop work order was posted, where she's with the guests. And conveniently, we have a video from the Ring doorbell, which I don't want to get into all that, but simply put, Ms. Marcella has not.
I think you may need to get into all that, because to me, that's where everything hinges. I mean, we have a Metro employee that says that, he arrived, people were getting ready to get in an Uber, and said that they had rented the property and they were short-term rentals.
With your permission, I'll ask Ms. Marcella.
I think that was pretty clear. So I think it's important to clear it up.
Okay. With your permission, I'll ask Ms. Marcella a couple questions. Ms. Marcella, did you come to your home, this one that's about the permit, on the day that the stop work order was posted?
Yes, I did.
Did you take some pictures?
I did.
Okay, can you show? I'm sorry.
Annette, say your name and address.
Hi, I'm sorry. My name is Cheryl Marcella. I live at 1812 6th Avenue North, Nashville, Tennessee, 37208.
And before I get off of it, the letter that was sent returning the check, just to demonstrate how easily these mistakes can be made, the letter that was sent returning the check was sent to AIM Enterprises, Inc., S. Marcella. The address was 1519 Shire, Inverness, Florida, 60067. On the face of this letter, it's clear that mistakes get made, because the address 1519 Shire is actually an address in Chicago, Illinois. Inverness, Florida is not where she was, and not where this letter was delivered miraculously, but the zip code was correct. So it's clear that there have been a couple of clerical errors in this case, and I understand how that happens. But back to the question about the renters, the people who were at your home that day. Were you there the day the stop work order was posted?
Yes, I was.
Did you take some pictures?
Yes, I did.
Who was in the home when you arrived?
It was a big birthday party with my family. There was one of the was turning 30, and they had never been to Nashville, and I'm kind of here by myself. So, of course, I invite my family as often as possible. And they had told me that this gentleman came to the house, and there was a lot of them. There was like 16 people, and I can't possibly sleep that many people in my house, nor would I really want to. So they were Airbnb-ing some of them that weren't staying at my house were Airbnb at a property that was off of, in the Charlotte area, off of Charlotte Avenue, in the Nations area. There was a rental. And so when they came there, I said, what happened? Because I was really, after all I had been through these 2 cases of them saying I wasn't a resident when I was, and everything, I was like so befuddled that somebody was at my house. And so I said, what happened? And they told me, and they said the questions that they had asked, and I said, well, that's okay. So I said, well, I'm sure the gentleman remembers that if he talked to you, who he talked to. So I said, let's just take a picture and maybe we could just talk to him. And after talking to my lawyers, I wasn't allowed to do that, but I took a picture with my family within a few hours of him being there. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses.
We've only got a minute and a half left. Let me make sure.
I don't know where my glasses are. I can't pull up pictures. I don't have glasses.
Let me be clear. The people that were at your home on the day the stop work order was posted were not people paying to be there.
Oh, gosh, no, they were my family members.
Okay, and if there was a conversation about short-term rental or Airbnb, it was as the people who were leaving to go to the one that they had rented, having arrived at your home with the other people.
That's why they had a Uber, because they were heading back over to their house.
Thank you. I'm going to introduce, I don't think I need to introduce, Mr. Collins. He's got a point he wanted to bring up to you.
Grover Collins, Collins Legal, 414 Union Street, Nashville, Tennessee, 37219. The only thing I wanted to clear up, Chairman Taylor, was your question about the HPR ownership requirement. While that is Amendment 9 of BL 2017-608, this permit was issued in 2018 in April. So the new bill of BL 2019-1633, if you look at subsection G would actually allow this permit to still be in effect because the permit was issued notwithstanding Amendment 9's requirement in 2017. So this permit is and actually would be valid even though.
That's nothing we have to talk about, right?
You just asked the question, so I wanted to clarify.
Yeah. No, I was asking for them, but the experts on this side of the room get to decide whether or not all that, how you apply. We just can decide when, not.
I don't know if the board wants to see Ms. Marcella's pictures or if you just want to take her at her. Perhaps we could allow the gentleman to see the pictures and see if he recognizes the people that he spoke to.
I would like to ask for comments about the 13 complaints that were filed against this property.
We would, yes, ma'am, we would acknowledge that there's been, the neighbors are not happy. They did not want this to happen. They did not want this as this short-term rental permit, and they have quite aggressively campaigned to get this short-term rental permit canceled by any way that they could. That's their prerogative. We've been to court. We've had 2 hearings that were scheduled on 4 different days, and Metro, for whatever reason, after losing in front of Judge Walker, appealed and then abandoned the appeal. But at the hearing, the first time, there were 3 neighbors that didn't like it, and they came in to testify about alleging that Ms. Marcella doesn't actually live there, and we won that. We demonstrated that she does. And so I'm not surprised to learn that there have been a number of complaints. The Lights in particular, as is their right, they don't want this short-term rental permit to exist, and they have they've done what they're permitted to do and make those complaints.
So you're stating that all the complaints are baseless?
I'm not going to say that their complaints are baseless because that's not really what we're here to resolve. We had those, in my view, that those are things that, in actuality, Ms. Marcella has now been served today with another summons to return to environmental court to have another conversation about whether or not she's been illegally operating a short-term rental property. So we're going to be in Sessions Court again on December 4th.
So has the applicant rented this property at all? When was the last date the applicant rented the property?
After Ms. Marcella received the stop work order, she has not received 1 penny of rent or compensation through the Airbnb. I will be candid and tell you that Ms. Marcella did allow 2 people who had booked through the Airbnb to stay there, but she did not allow them to pay her because she did not want them, she took down the ad immediately and did not want those people to lose their trip, what they had planned to do, so she let them stay there and did not collect any money. So the answer to your question is she has not rented the property since the stop work order was posted.
And what day was that?
Ms. Marcella, what day? The stop work order being posted was in September.
No, I took it down and I stopped renting it.
What day was the stop work order?
It was in August. Oh, the stop work order was September
13th, I think.
which is the date that my pictures are noted that I took, because you know how your camera marks it? I think it was like September 12th or 13th. And my camera marked me being at the house with my family on that exact same date. And it's the same. It's the same date that's on the work order date, right here.
I have a question for staff. When did the renewal fee go up to $300?
July 1.
Of this year?
Correct.
Okay.
Mac, you had a comment based on what you've heard and your experience?
Yes, all I can say is that when I arrived at the property, my conversation with the people that were there was limited, but it's very direct because this is what I do. I asked if they were renting the unit for the weekend as a short-term rental, specifically using those words, to which they answered yes. 3 of the folks came out and got into the Uber and left. I did not have a conversation with them. I spoke to a gentleman that was remaining at the house.
And then was it a big crowd, a small crowd?
I saw probably approximately 8 people, but I didn't enter the property, so I have a feeling that it was probably more than that, but I certainly can't testify to that.
Okay.
However, I would like to reiterate, because it wasn't included in your package, because this just came to light while I was sitting here, the advertisement, the Airbnb Plus advertisement reposted on the 2nd of this month, and there is a review from October. And I can't speak on behalf of Airbnb, but certainly the understanding in the industry is that unless you book through, pay through Airbnb, you cannot leave a review, and you're limited to 14 days within which to do so.
So that would suggest a rental at least.
I can't testify as to whether or not money changed hands. I'm sure that the fee to Airbnb had to have been paid. That would not be influenced, but as to whether she charged the guest or not, I can't.
And the ad was up on November 2nd.
The ad is up today, and it was reposted on the 2nd, and it had a new review from October.
Can I just address something? When this all happened.
Hang on.
I'm sorry.
I've just got a few questions while they're sitting there.
It's up to us. Your time's up, so it's up to us to ask questions, and I know we have some, so just hang.
Okay. Who was the holder of the permit, Mr. Broom? If you wouldn't mind, who was the actual holder of the permit? Was it Ms. Marcellus individually? Was it a company? Was it a?
I will have to look that up.
Or I guess I can look over to Ms. Lamb, or?
I believe it's Ms. Marcella individually.
Individually, okay. And how was this property owned?
Individually. Initially, the property had been placed into a trust, but because she could not get a permit for a property owned by a trust at the time, it was later conveyed to her from her trust to her individually because staff had indicated to her that she could not get a permit in the name of a trust.
Okay, and when was that done?
Before the permit was issued last year.
When was that done?
There's a quick, I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to take your time.
I understand.
We've had some other cases involving trust and transfers and.
Do you remember?
It was done, the permit was issued, I think, May something, and it was done May before the permit was issued. They told me when I went to get the permit that I had to take it out of the trust. So I went back to the title company and had it taken out of the trust immediately and put it in my individual name. And then I went back to Metro and they corrected that, and that's when they issued me my permit. So it was taken out.
There was a quit claim deed from the trust to Ms. Marcella individually done, looks like it was April 20th of 2018, just about 2 weeks before the initial permit was issued.
According to the e-permit website, Metro's own, the applicant is Cheryl Marcella individually. The zoning review initially started on April 20th, 2018, and the permit was officially issued on May 3rd of 2018.
Okay.
And
I corroborate that.
I guess the next question is, can you explain why your ad is still up apparently today and why you have a review from October?
Okay, I would love to be able to do that, and so thank you for asking me. After speaking, I travel a lot. I have elderly parents. My father's got Alzheimer's, and so I spend a lot of time trying to take care of them, my mom and dad. And so I travel, which was one of the reasons I Airbnb'd to begin with. So I told the person that helps me with the Airbnb that I could no longer do it short-term, but I could do it by the month or more, so 30 days or more. And when he put it up, it was for the 30 days or more. It was never put up as a weekend Airbnb like it was prior. But then I realized that I was going to need to be here, and so I really couldn't rent it for 30 days. I was kind of doing it as what are my other options? And I realized that 30 days didn't work for me because I come back more than that. So I had him take it right down again. And if it went up today, I had talked to the gentleman that manages my property, and I told him that if we could get a 30-day, because the holidays are coming and I'm going to need to be with my parents. We just had to relocate my dad because of his sickness, and so if we could get a 30-day lease, that would be okay. And I have been told, now I'm new to this, and yes, I'm a real estate agent, but this has nothing to do with what I do on a daily basis or have ever done, that 30 days or more is not considered short-term rental. And so I was trying to fill my property because of Thanksgiving and Christmas, and I was going to try to spend it with my parents.
And so
that
why
is
did you
what
have
was
an
up there.
October review?
I don't know anything about reviews, so I wish I could, in all honesty, answer that. I don't know when you can pull them up, when you can't put them up. I have no idea.
I've never written an Airbnb review.
I've never done an Airbnb.
But I'll tell you, we've had enough testimony from our staff and also from all the people that have come before us to say with reasonable certainty that what Mr. McBroom had said a minute ago was true, and that is that you have to have actually rented from Airbnb and you have only 2 weeks to do it.
So the only thing I can make the assumption, sir, is that as Mr. McLendon had testified to you, I had 2 people who had booked, and I felt really bad. So I told him about this. I decided to let them stay at my house free of charge, and I even paid the $175 cleaning fee out of my own pocket because I didn't want it ever to be misconstrued that I had rented my property, and I did not. I let these people stay in my home at no charge, and I don't know if that gave them the ability, because it was originally booked through them, to leave it, but I can't. I would lie to you, and I don't do that. And so to tell you how they were able to do that, I don't know, because I don't know how it works.
But the people that stayed without being charged stayed in October.
Right, and they originally booked, but I never charged them. And like I said, I felt really, really bad. And like I said, I even agreed to absorb the $175 cleaning fee. So if that's the people that left it, I don't know, because I have to be honest, I've never looked on it, so I have no idea.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant?
Okay. You claimed, and I'm going to address this primarily to the attorneys because you're not a lawyer, unless you tell me you are a lawyer, in which case then I'm going to aim it in your direction.
I'm glad to tell you I'm not.
Okay. That's probably smarter not to be a lawyer on that respect. The property is in a horizontal property regime?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm looking at it right now, which is the reason. This is not meant to sandbag you, as Mr. Collins will more than be willing to testify after spending a week of September or October with me in Murfreesboro. Except we're on the same side, if I remember correctly. But you knew that there was and you're going to, as you said, you're going to litigate this matter at some point in time with the HOA. But you knew that there was a homeowners association. It was subject to the rules and regulations.
Not until the opposing parties filed their response here.
Right.
And I then went and looked, and it turns out that the HOA Inc. was not even formed until April of this year by Ms. Light. So the covenants and restrictions that speak about the existence of an HOA corporation in 2015, when the covenants and restrictions were filed, that corporation did not get formed until Ms. Light filed it in April of 2019. And to date, there has been no meeting, no notice, no action whatsoever by the HOA.
And that issue is really outside, I mean.
Well, not necessarily. If the deed vesting it applies to me. It may not apply to the permit.
I don't want to do anything improper, but if I could ask Ms. Marcella a couple of questions, I'd appreciate it. I'm Joyce Saffoley, and I represent Karen and Jeremy Light. And
Free discovery, we can't do that.
things that are being said that are simply inaccurate.
Well,
Unless I'm able to ask Ms. Marcella a couple of questions, it won't be cleared up because it's her testimony that can clear it up.
Well,
I just want to give a couple answers of mine, and then I'll shut up.
Yeah.
Let you go forward.
Well, let me. The way our rules are, it's not court. It's it's a quasi judicial, quasi court, and so
Can I quote you on that a few times when we go over?
And so. I know we're in a question phase. They're out of their formal time. We're in a question phase, which means we can ask questions, and they don't really have the ability to expand on that unless we allow that based on a specific question. Because they're out of time, I do think that in cases like this, we typically give a minute or two for rebuttal, but we would add a minute or two to your time. And I think that it would certainly be appropriate for you to in your testimony, if you don't believe that things are true, to have us ask those, or just say, hey, I don't. This we have evidence this isn't true. Then we can try to clear that up as best we can. But I think that's unless someone else.
I think that's
correct. We don't do cross-examinations, and it's not. That was a little bit unusual, but it wasn't inappropriate from the standpoint that the applicant was just trying to get his client's side of the story out, and he was asking the questions. I think that's fine. So but I appreciate that, and have your list of where you think that the applicant's not being forthright, and we can quiz that or take that into account. And then Tom had some questions.
Mr. Lawless, just so you know, on the with what I filed a screenshot from the Tennessee Secretary of State's office showing that the 1812 6th Avenue North Townhomes Corporation was filed. The initial filing date was April 21st of 2019, and it was filed by Karen Light with the principal office of her home.
Okay, and I'm not disputing the date of the filing of the HOA's underlying entity, but the deed itself, when the property was vested, either in the trust or under the quitclaim deed, there is a reference to master deed in a horizontal property regime. Is that correct? And I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm used to directing questions, and you're not testifying. You're representing your client. You're doing a really good job of it.
Sometimes the line gets blurred.
Yeah, well, and I don't want that to happen because you guys apparently are going to be around for a while, and you're going to be probably first name basis with the folks behind you.
Already are.
But it was listed in the deed that it was subject to, or Mr. Collins, if you want to.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. If I could clear that up. Certainly it's part of the legal description, as is any property, and that is part of a horizontal property regime such as this. I will just, as a matter of course, having a title company myself and going through these, it's our practice to always give these documents out when we do this, when we sit down at the table with them and confirm this. But there are a lot of title companies in Nashville that don't necessarily go over these covenants, don't go over the master deed, don't put anyone on notice. Now, obviously notice is a relative thing because it is recorded with the Register of Deeds. That is not going.
You guys are going to argue that a little bit later.
But we're going to argue that later.
In a different place.
But the point is, a lot of times when these HPRs are created, it's largely out of how much can I use this land for as the developer, and the HOAs relatively go unchecked. And for that matter, there is some case law that says you can forfeit or acquiesce or waive or be a stop from enforcement if you have actual notice of these things going on and you fail to act in that matter. And in order for her to get this permit in the first place, she had to send a letter out, putting the lights on notice, hey, I'm about to do this, and if they had any objection or any intent on enforcing those covenants at that time, they were given an adequate time to object, and they failed to do so, which, in my opinion, would act exactly as a waiver, and they should be stopped from being able to enforce it now.
Similar to some other arguments. But I'm just trying to, a yes or no answer. Was the horizontal property regime referenced in the property description?
It is required to be because of it's the legal description,
And
yes.
And doing a lot of property work as you have, and hopefully issuing a lot of title policies, there would have been a listing of subject to the terms and conditions of a horizontal property regime, or words, whatever your phraseology is, and it probably was contained in the title policy. Hopefully.
I haven't seen the title policy, but I'm assuming.
And I know you would give a copy of it because I just know you. And that's meant as a compliment. So.
Right.
Okay. No.
Any other questions?
We thank you. What we're asking you to do is simply.
Your time's up right now, but I'm going to give you 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you.
And then we'll allow the opposition, we'll have 2 additional minutes to their time if need be. No, there was, I think, emergency, work emergency that needed to be dealt with. So we still have a quorum.
Good.
All right.
Board, I'm Joyce Safley, and I represent Karen and
Yeah,
Jeremy.
if you would, press the button and make sure the mic's on.
Thank you. I'm Joyce Safley, and I represent Karen and Jeremy Light, excuse me, where are you? Oh, there you go. And also, we have another person that is in opposition as well. I do not represent her. Her name is Bonnie O'Shea, and she is back here. There have been a number of questions that have been asked by the board, and I am very happy to tell you that I can supply the answer to those, and then Ms. Light is going to testify. We also have some videos to show the board, very short videos. I know the board has had a long docket. There have been a number of questions asked about the deed. The original deed references the homeowners association and the covenants and restrictions that run with the land, and it is actually in your packet as collective exhibit number 6 to the lights, opposition to the issuance of a permit and the grant of this appeal. Now, interestingly, much has been made about the whether or not there was a incorporation of the homeowners association or not. I happen to have a statute here which states that basically a homeowners association does not have to be incorporated. It's functional from the time it's formed and the time that it's in the designatory instrument for the deed. And that is exactly what happened here, and I'd like to pass that to the board if I could. Also, the contract, which was drafted on RE/MAX, which is Ms. Marcella's company, specifically references covenants and restrictions that run through with the land. Ms. Marcella signed that. Also listed in here in the packet is under the response to the appellant's position. Ms. Marcella is not just a real estate agent, she's a broker. She has been a broker and a real estate agent for 40 years. It defies belief that she would sign a deed and not look at the covenants and restrictions that are referenced in that deed. All of that is included in the board's packet. There's a number of things to consider. The whole issue in General Sessions Court and Environmental Court was concerning residency. That's the only thing that Metro prosecuted. I didn't have anything to do with that case. That wasn't me. I didn't bring up different things that I thought should have been prosecuted, and they had very fine attorneys that did prosecute that case. I don't know what the reasons are that they did not follow through with that in their appeal and circuit court. I can tell you that there are a number of things that the board needs to consider in this case. Horizontal property regime, Ms. Marcella has also always known that. The lights are on one side They own one unit, and Ms. Marcella owns the other unit. That is.
I'm stop for a question. I guess and I know we had started talking about the horizontal property regime and that, and I just want to make sure that,
In our lawyer's lap.
well, no, I just think that's not something that is as a concern to us today, is it? Because.
Well, the issue is whether or not she operated on an expired permit and whether or not we erred in denying that permit. Ultimately, you will rule on when she is eligible to come in and apply, and we will look at whether or not she meets all the requirements, including HPR, when the permit was
Right.
originally issued, HOA, all of that. So the issue before you is whether or not she operated on an expired permit.
And so, so they've said that, well, that they haven't said at all, because they said that the last time that she rented was before, she didn't rent after the stop work order, and there was not testimony, but it was, I guess it was implied that there was rental between the time the permit expired in May and the stop work order. And so I guess that to you all of the HPR stuff is information that would go to codes after us. All we're here to do today is to say, did they rent with an expired permit, meaning did they rent after May of this year? And if they did, as you heard in the cases before, what was the behavior after they knew that they were in violation, which to me was August 1st, what happened? And all of the other is stuff that should go to codes. Is that fair? Does anybody else see it differently?
I would agree with Chairman Taylor, except I believe credibility is an issue here. And for that reason, because there are going to be conflicting testimonies, I believe that we need to look at Ms. Marcella's credibility and at Ms. Light's credibility.
Okay, so I think in terms of, and I think that's fair in terms of us trying to figure all this out, but in terms, like I said, I just didn't want to get, and unless you think, because to me, it's like if you, the offense is operating on an expired permit.
If the conduct is, quote, illegal, that's a little different too. That goes into the underlying, and I want to give, obviously, it doesn't have to be criminal to be illegal. It can be a wrongful act. And
right.
Under the HOAs, and I may be taking it farther than Metro Legal wants to go.
Well, I think that what we, and again, not to be
my analysis.
And I think that's fair. And I think in the past we've said, hey, yeah, you rented with an expired permit, and you can apply, fill in the blank, sometime between tomorrow and a year from now, depending upon whatever, what we feel like the situation was. And we have said, but we want to note the code saying that there are other issues that need to be explored in determining whether or not you're eligible, because it's different than the offense of did you work on an expired permit or not.
Now, I got one other question for you, Mr. Chairman. We've talked about this earlier.
Mr. Lawless, would you turn your mic on for the sake of the record, please?
Just for clarification purposes, we did hear some comments a little while ago that there's another warrant that's been issued, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, and that's something that we've
backed off to allow the judicial side of it, because I don't want to get in the middle of telling a judge.
There are times that
now, this is kicking the can down the road.
Well, there's times that the environmental court has basically looked at us to try to figure it out ahead of time, and there's times when we've said, you know what, we're going to let that play it out, and I think that's what we can talk about in our discussions.
Right.
I think that, and with our support from...
With our brilliant legal help.
So, I mean, I'm so sorry. So I just wanted to not go down, to take too much time on the HPR and focus on the expired permit, but whatever you'd like to say.
Thank you. If I could just go to the issues of credibility and point out the obvious differences in reality and what Ms. Marcella just testified to, I would be very happy. It's all in your packet. Everything was supplied. There are 2 affidavits by my clients. All the relevant documents are supplied. Ms. Light is going to testify, and we're going to see some short videos, very short. But all of this is true. All of this is included in the packet. The STRP permit expired, And indeed, Ms. Marsala did continue to operate it. And there will be testimony concerning why my clients know that she continued to operate it as a STRP, regardless of what she said. The HOA covenants and restrictions definitely prohibit STRP operation. As I said, it defies logic that someone who has been a real estate agent and a broker for 40 years would not look at referenced exhibits to a deed. That, whatever, I won't even go there. She did not apply for the permit by the deadline. Ms. Marcella continued to operate a STRP after a stop work order was issued by codes. In fact, either she or someone at her bequest took down the stop work order. I wouldn't be brave enough to do that, but apparently she did. And twice she filled out a permit asking for an STRP permit and stated that there were no HOA restrictions. Well, if you were asked that question on a document, it seems like to me you would at least check to see if perhaps there were some restrictions. So that doesn't even make sense to me. And I hope it doesn't make sense to the board. Ms. Light's going to give you a narrative, and she's going to touch on all of the areas that we just talked about, and then we're going to show you the videos. And then you can decide whether you believe these are free family members and friends that are staying at Ms. Marsalla's STRP or not. Ms. Light?
Hi, my name is Karen Light. I live at 1812A 6th Avenue North in Nashville. We've resided, my husband and I worked with the builders actually to craft that home, and we've resided there for about 3.5 years. We really got along with the first neighbor that was in the B unit, didn't have any problems, very cordial, talked about things that needed to happen within that. We were very shocked whenever Ms. Marsala purchased the property and indicated that she was going to turn it into an Airbnb. I even remember stating, oh, I didn't even realize you could get a permit, because even at that time, the A and B HPR permits were illegal. I believe hers was one of the 100 plus that was issued by mistake by codes, so should have probably never been issued in to begin with because of the law, regardless of the restrictions. My husband and I have now lived the last 1.5 years with a constant frat party house next door. We are 6 feet 8 inches between both houses, and constantly people coming and going at all hours of the night. We have security footage where we do live in Germantown, Salemtown. It's a little bit of a transitional area, so we do have security cameras that we put up when we moved in the home in order for, just for my safety, to feel safe in the home. And because of the proximity to Ms. Marcella's residence, we do capture multiple people coming and going from that residence, from the sidewalk. Just even what the video we have for you today is showing all 4 weekends in October, people coming and going with suitcases, all different folks. I did speak with one group that was there in October specifically. I remember it very well. Our dog had to be hospitalized, and I was very stressed about that. I was up on the roof, and that group was also on the roof, and we ended up chatting. They indicated that they had rented through Airbnb. They were from New York and there to see the Buffalo Bills game that was happening on October 6th. I spoke with them again the next day and indicated that I hope they enjoyed the game. I try to be cordial because it is not the guest's fault what is happening there. However, those guests didn't end up being rowdy. We have some video of that, and that behavior was extremely inappropriate and disruptive. Another set of guests, I was on my back porch on October 20th, and I was doing some work when 2 of the guests staying at the B property came out onto the back porch. They stated they were from Brooklyn, New York. They were doing an interview with an au pair in Germany, and while doing that interview, they said they were in Nashville vacationing, staying at an Airbnb. That was as late as October 20th.
You think, you said all 4 weekends in October were rented, and then do you have experience, I guess, from just, would you say the same thing in September and August and other months too? But you were specifically testifying October, but you say it's been more than that.
Yes, sir. So I do not remember there being a lapse in renters on the property since she first started renting in May of 2018. So I feel like it's been pretty consistent almost every weekend or every other weekend.
Yes, I was sorry that the screen just came up with the titles of the files, which, like, it looks like we've got some beer and vodka early morning drunk. So so yeah, I'd like to see the videos
If I could, there are some offensive statements on some of the
Yes.
videos. I apologize.
This is a GP show, is it not?
Well,
Council.
There's some things that I was offended at, and so it's up to the board members whether y'all are
had these
offended at it or not.
Do what?
I've never had that question before. I need to.
I at least had to have something.
Well, I think the warning is
right away.
Yeah, the warning has been given to Metro 3.
Right,
and
that's what I was
I think
gonna
there
say, so
are adults in
maybe
the room, and the warning's been given to Metro 3, so we'll assume that they'll take care of it
Right.
appropriately.
Right.
Yeah, but I think it's important to. I
There
think it's
should be 10 videos.
okay.
They're short.
Oh, well, no, I'm just sort of. Right.
You're going to have to go do it. Okay, so can you tell the board what we're seeing now?
yes, these are the guests that were there for the Bills game. They are throwing beers up to their other guests on the rooftop. And during that video, he states something about, "Don't worry, I hit the side of the house. It's just an Airbnb." The sound is not playing.
We got some beer, we got some vodka, we got some champagne. I got some sausage and bacon. There's a grocery store right next to the house.
In this particular video, this is the same folks from the weekend of October 4th. He's describing the beer and the vodka and the things that they have appropriated to prepare for their party.
Yeah, is there any way to turn the sound up?
Yeah.
Hey! Yo, Greg! Who's on the roof? Yeah, I'm up back, bud.
This is at 2:20 in the morning on a Sunday morning.
Yo, come to the back, cuz.
They're yelling at each
And
other.
what day was that?
That was the morning of October 5th. They were yelling at each other in between our two houses. One that you will see, one gentleman was out front, the other was on the back porch. They were yelling at each other at 2:20 in the morning between the homes.
$50.
Oh.
I need to end it.
So this one, we didn't see the one with the foul language. This has actually occurred on October 20th at 1:11 in the morning. These are two women attempting to enter our home, thinking that it is the Marsala residence. Talking about how inebriated they are.
Could you find the other October 5th?
It's right. It's below that one. They're out.
Okay.
Yo, we're coming, baby. We're coming. I brought the black bitch. Hey, I brought the black bitches. Stop. Don't yell back.
That occurred, that was the front part of the yelling that happened at 2:20 in the morning. This is the women discussing how they almost broke into our house the night before.
I don't remember this. What?
Oh, and of course, the appeal sign is in the front yard. And these are just the other weekends in October. October 12th, you'll see some video from around 3:30 that afternoon, 3:30 to 4, just multiple guests arriving. And then again on October 24th, around 4:30, a different set of multiple people arriving with suitcases. If we can just play those other three.
No, it's something like that. It's not you. There's more behind you, Al. Right there.
It's the second set of people in their party arriving. If the time and dates on these are in question for any reason, the metadata attached to it will quantify when they were recorded.
And if I may, I'm sorry, the videos that I sent to the board and copied on Mr. McClendon so that he would know that I was going to be presenting those videos, they all had time and date stamps on them. I'm not sure why these don't.
The metadata would still have it. I'm a digital strategist.
That one did have a stamp when it first started playing.
So I think this is more the same.
But that's the appeal sign for this hearing today.
Yes, sir.
If I could, members of the board, we actually had more videos from September. I didn't think that the board would want to sit here and just look at the same type of videos over and over and over. If the board would like additional videos to show that it was operating as an STRP, then we can certainly provide them. And all of the ones that I sent in had date and times. I don't know if y'all were provided with those or not.
No? So, in terms of, and so I guess in terms of our original question of operating on an expired permit, so this is your evidence that this was rented, it looks like almost every weekend in October by different people and the activity that happened. And that not only was after the permit expired, but it was also after the stop work order. Each of these were after the stop work order.
Yes, sir, that's correct. At first, I was confused at why people kept showing up after the stop work order. After doing some investigation, I found out on Airbnb that you can actually remove your listing, but still honor bookings that were already booked. Included in the packet shows the calendars for Ms. Marsala's listing. We took screenshots of September, October, and November, which indicate at the time those screenshots were taken that she was booked every single weekend through the beginning of November.
And do you have copies of that to share? Or?
It's in your packet. It should be attached to Karen Light's affidavit. It looks like this, Exhibit C,
Okay,
her
thank you.
affidavit.
We can probably stop it. That's just me getting the mail.
Well, I guess that helped prove it was your house, right?
Depends if it was Bill's.
Yeah. Okay.
I've lost the mouse, so I'm trying to get back to it.
No, that's good. Thank you.
Did you have more to add at this point, or were you waiting on?
Board members, I don't have anything more to add. If the board doesn't have any more questions for Ms. Light, I know that Ms. O'Shea is here, and
Yeah, and ma'am, we can hear from you if you'd like to speak. And did you have something that you'd like to say?
I submitted in writing.
I'm sorry?
I submitted in writing.
Okay.
And there's also a letter from Mr. and Miss Snyder that was submitted and is in the packet October the 29th, 2019. They also object to Ms. Marsala being issued a permit again.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, and we'll
Thank you, members of the
hear
board.
back from the applicant, who has 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you, board members. I just wanted to briefly address some of those points in rebuttal. I would like to say that the definitions of short-term rental, if found, as found in Metro Code of Laws 17.04.060, specifically says that a short-term rental that is owner-occupied must be for rent. So despite there being videos, and Ms. Marcella will testify, if you would like to hear from her, that those people were her nieces, and she was actually there. And even
And all 4 weekends?
and the person that was the Buffalo Bills, it also becomes important to note that we previously stated on the record that she did not receive rent payment. So you are not renting something if you don't receive financial compensation for that.
Well, what I heard before, and I wrote it down, was, oh yeah, there were 2 people that stayed after the stop work order, and I didn't take money. And we have video of 4 weekend rentals. So
2 separate rentals, 2 separate parties that stayed without paying, not 2 people.
over 4 weekend.
Well, 2 were her nieces, and she would let them know who would stay there.
So I have actually pictures of me at the house that are dated too. So, and I don't know, for example, October 24th and 25th, which are on my phone, and they're dated, and you can see the front of my house. And you can see them coming in with the baby in their hand. And this date, I'll show you my phone. It's a video of them coming to the house. And he was dressed up as Superman. He was all excited. And he was showing Auntie Cheryl, and I was videoing. And that is showing right here, October 24th. And I was there at my house.
I don't know how we can.
I don't know how to do that.
Technologically pull that off.
I haven't received any of those things.
Well, for one thing, we're having technical difficulties, and I have no mouse. But on top of that, I do. I need my 4.5-year-old here to figure it out for me. Ms. Safley provided a thumb drive with this to keep with the record. So anything the board considers needs to be made a part of the record. So
I'm technically challenged at best. I just take videos on my phone.
I guess that, you know, I mean, there were an awful lot of folks on those weekends, and there's.
You probably do need to look at it.
Well, no, I mean, I'm surprised that if you had that testimony, especially given the fact that you'd already gotten the video from the opposition, that you didn't have anything printed to show us.
I guess I have a couple of comments too. Do your family throw beer cans and hit your house and just say it's okay?
No. That was somebody.
We just saw a video of that.
I know, and that.
My eyes
And who
don't
was that?
deceive me.
That was one of the people that I did not know that I let stay in my house, that I did not know, and I did not charge them. I did not know those people. And believe me, I have a $600,000 house. That doesn't make me happy either. So when I see that, if you were to see pictures of my home is beautiful. It's meticulous. It's well cared for. I pay to have professional landscaping. I do everything. And to see that, I won't tell you, doesn't sicken me too. But I don't, in all honesty, I don't know those people. Those were there were 2 sets of people that I let stay in my home, and those were clearly one of them. And no, I am extremely upset by that, to answer your question.
Have you issued an apology to your neighbors for causing them that kind of pain, to live with that kind of thing next door?
Actually, I did write them I have written them. I have actually texted her a text when she has done something that has been helpful or apologized or whatever. There is no communication. I'm going to be perfectly honest. Since pretty much the day I purchased the home, it has been a pretty tumultuous relationship. I was not lucky in my friendly neighbor. And for that, it has saddened me, and that is the honest truth. I can't communicate with them. I have tried. When they first moved in, I introduced myself. They never reciprocated. I've done everything I can. That was way before I even had a permit. So I've done everything I could to try to be friendly. And honestly, like I said, personally, for my own home and my own investment and a house where I live, that doesn't make me happy. That bothers me very much. And I don't know who they are.
I'm sorry, any other questions? Did you have anything to, I don't know, do we have 2 minutes? I don't know if we did the.
Well, in summary, I think with all due respect to what did or didn't happen or who the people in the videos were or were not, all that's going to be litigated at December 4th. And what we've come here to do, to ask you to do, is take care of the administrative oversight that occurred through no fault of Ms. Marcella's, and simply acknowledge that she timely mailed a check dated in April with what the notary has indicated with an application that was also notarized in April, that for reasons that are unclear, got separated from the proper course of paperwork in Metro's staff. And ultimately, we know for sure that Metro got this because Metro returned the check in September, which is when Ms. Marcella learned that that the permit had not been processed properly. So all of the complaints of the lights, and to be honest with you, should be pretty clear that no matter what happens here today, we're going to wind up litigating with the lights probably no matter what. But the complaints about the condition or the behavior of the tenants, it seems to me should be something that we deal with on December 4th in front of the referee. Our appeal was strictly for the purpose of saying she timely filed her renewal. Here's the check. We got it back from Metro. We'd like for you to fix that. What I would rather, if the board is inclined to deny this permit renewal or this application or this appeal, I would ask for reasons that the lawyers may appreciate, that the board specify that the basis for it would be not the fact that she didn't timely renew and not the things that would be litigated in codes for complaints against a permit holder, but rather on the basis of the covenants and restrictions, so that I can take a clean record to whatever forum I need to be in.
I don't understand how the covenant and restrictions has anything to do with operating on an expired permit.
Well, again, then none of the videos have anything to do with that either, with all due respect.
Well,
and with all due respect, I think the videos show that maybe there's some contradiction in testimony and version of facts. I think that's why they showed it. If I considered the videos, I think the reason why we would look at the videos is because we have to listen to the evidence. The evidence is your client's testimony. We have to determine whether it's credible. I heard your client say that she didn't accept money, and I can accept that at her word, but then she also said that she was doing like 30-day rentals, and so she was trying to expand it, and then she changed her mind because she had parents who are sick that she takes care of, which I can appreciate. And if it was a 30-day rental, then why are people going in and out? I think that
there has not yet been any 30-day rental.
Okay. And then
there was an ad up for that briefly, but that's never been the case.
And then also, if it's not being rented for money, then why are the calendars marked out on Airbnb?
Because
I'm going to finish. Can I finish?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you. And so I want to know why there's like showings on Airbnb showing $395 a night and the calendar showing that it's available on that night. So I think that's why the videos were shown.
I don't understand the screenshots to show that the Airbnb was available that night, rather that it was unavailable because Ms. Marcella was there, and or that it had been booked but for rents that were not collected for October. So I think there's a disagreement about what those screenshots actually reflect.
You can actually block out dates, and it doesn't distinguish whether it's a blockout date or a rented date. So if you don't know what's going on, you would actually think that, if that's what you're looking for, right? You're going to think that somebody had rented that out, when in actuality, you're just blocking off time, if that makes sense.
But if you have, I think the screenshots were provided, with the screenshots after the stop work order? I can't pull those up. I mean, it just seems like, I mean, if it shows that they're blocked off dates and not every date's blocked off, then it shows that there are dates, available after the permit expired, right?
Well, and I think that goes to the confusion of when you send in the money for the renewal and the affidavit that you have to send in and everything that goes in, and you don't get any indication that your permit hasn't been renewed, you assume everything goes on. As soon as she had an indication that.
Even though you've just gone through an environmental court with lawyers and litigation and, I mean, if I'd gone through all that, now, you know what, everybody behaves differently. If I'd gone through that, I'd make sure I had a piece of paper in my hand because I'd had one before. And so, I mean, I don't buy that because, especially if I knew my next door neighbors were really upset with me and I'd just gone to court, I send a $50 check and just assume it's okay. I don't buy that.
I have a problem with that too. If we're required, or if a person is required to list that permit, why wouldn't someone call if a check was sent in and no permit was issued or received, and you didn't have it to put on your listing or to have on your person? Then why would you assume everything is okay?
Because the final order dismissing Metro's appeal was not entered until at the end of July. All the while, we were operating under the assumption that perhaps Metro was holding it pending the resolution of all that litigation.
Thank you.
And Chairman Taylor, just for clarification, having done a lot of these environmental cases and a lot of these just interactions with Metro in general, what happens at environmental court does not always immediately go to what is going on at codes. And there's a lot of right hand, left hand not to get into that, but there is some reasons for there being some missteps there.
No, I get it. And we've been hearing these cases for 3 or 4 years now, and this is about as messy a one as we've had, so.
Well, it's had all sorts of different, brought a new wave.
So, did you all have anything else to add at this point?
No, thank you. Like I said, what we're asking you to do is do what would have happened if the paperwork had all been processed timely by Metro, which was, I would point out, a renewal as of right. In other words, there wouldn't have been an inquiry or testimony or investigation or videos if the paperwork had gone through the way it ought to have gone through. None of these complaints would have been surfaced. None of these would have been aired. And so our position is that what this board should do is what should have happened clerically, administratively, and as of right, which is to reinstate the permit, which we may have only 3 weeks in hand before we go to environmental court and have, I'm sure, another interesting day. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll close the public hearing.
Thank you all.
May?
No, it's, the back and forth is,
over.
Yeah, it's over. The appellant,
Please.
then the opposition, and then the appellant has the last word always.
May I ask Mr. McBroom a question? Or you
Oh,
might know.
yeah, no, we can ask staff
When-
anything, and if you feel like you need something, we can ask to re-open the public hearing and hear from anybody
When
on
are
a
you
specific.
traveling back to environmental court? Is it December 4th?
That is the date that is slated.
That is right now, it's scheduled?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's been served, so there's no question of proper service upon your client?
Ms. Marcelo was served today.
Okay, but she's been served, so,
Been served today, and the date on the warrant or the summons is December 4th.
Okay. Yeah. Turn your mic.
I really don't want to do a whole lot of talking on credibility. I've sort of come down where I am on the credibility of the various parties, but you got a judge that's now got a properly served warrant. We've gone both ways on those. Sometimes we just pull it back, and I'm not real crazy about getting into Bernard Hirsch's playground. I mean, it's his court, and they've got their, what is the complaint actually over?
Well, yeah.
You may have a difference of opinion. I'm going to.
Well, I mean, I think sometimes I think it's on certain questions, maybe, renting without a permit, that type of thing, where there's bad behavior or whatnot, then they've already gone to environmental court. Those, to me, sometimes we say, well, yeah, just go let environmental court figure it out. And, I guess
this one's not going to go away.
Well, no, it's not going to go away. But to me, on all of it, what I said on every expired permit is, what's the flow of information and what happened, and what I don't like is explanations that come after new information, and we got a lot of that. And so I don't know what the full and honest and unvarnished truth is. I just know what I've seen, and what I saw was, what happened after the stop work order. Well, I'll let two parties rent for free. Well, then we have the neighbor, and that was all. No mention of anything else. They had the videos before us. The videos weren't a surprise. And then you have 4 weekends that have parties. And I mean, I don't know if I can't, maybe, I don't know who the people were that was testified that they were family, but the video appeared, and again, the video is supplied by the opposition, but it definitely appeared to be what was testified to be in terms of, I mean, knocking on the wrong door, the type of activity, they were kind of party weekends, it looked like to me. And so that to me is that behavior after the notification, and it just seems like that there's, having gone through the litigation, having gone through environmental court, knowing that you have a neighbor that is going to really be upset if you don't do everything right, and then to still have all of this messiness, to me just does not speak well. And so I don't know. I think that there's clear evidence that the applicant rented after the permit expired. And I think that there's clear evidence that there was activity after the stop work order, more than was originally testified to and then was tried to explain later. And I have a little trouble with that.
The credibility, and actually you're probably the best person up here. The weight and credibility of the witness, and being a layperson, you're probably better at deciding that than someone like myself. But I can't disagree with anything that you've said. I find your argument compelling.
I spent a lot of time looking through the packet, and I think I agree with everything you said. I think it's sort of hard when you hear two sides of the same story, so we don't know what the true story is, and I think sort of our job, based off the information presented to us, to make a decision based off the information presented. And like you said, I feel like I heard one story, and then the neighbors presented, and then I heard a different story. And so I'm under the impression that this home was rented after the expiration of the permit, based off of not just the videos actually, but just even the listing on the Airbnb site.
The listing, the fact that it's still listed, the fact that
there was an advertisement that the staff said, yeah. The staff member who presented, Mr. Groom, also said that there was an advertisement still.
And I mean, it was either extraordinarily sloppy and bad luck, or it's evidence that there was wrongdoing. And it just doesn't feel like a sloppy and bad luck. And you just got to decide something. So
I think it's interesting too that Mr. Groom said that he got there, he asked if they were renting the unit, they said yes, and then she explained that was her family, which I can accept that. And then the neighbors say, hey, we asked them if they were renting the unit, and they said, yeah, they were renting the unit. And then it's like, oh, well, those were just people. Like, I just think it's very muddled. And so I think I'm leaning towards what you said.
Why don't you say what you said in a motion?
Well, I will move the zoning administrator did not err, and that we find that the appellant rented after the permit expired, and based on all of the evidence that was presented with this case related to rentals, possible rentals, and the activity both before and after the stop work order, that the applicant would be eligible to reapply for a permit 1 year after the date of the appeal.
I second.
There's
To
a
clarify, is that from the date the appeal was filed or the date the appeal was heard?
The date that this appeal was filed.
So that would have been about 2 months ago.
Or today. Did you say it has to be the finding?
The law says upon the finding by the Board of Zoning Appeals that they operated. So I would think that's from today.
I'll amend that to today. Is that
That would be my
acceptable to you?
interpretation of it.
For a second from today?
Yes, I second.
Is there any other comments or questions?
I only want to make a comment that sometimes bad facts make lawyers not look as good as they are. I thought the lawyers in this case on both sides did excellent. I think they provided the information. I do have very, very strong issues on the credibility of at least one of the parties, which permits me to strongly support your motion. So if that tells you how I'm voting without saying.
Well, and I agree with the comment on how the material was presented. Alma, did you have anything to say? Or you? All right. So, no other comments or questions? Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.